अनुमोदित Hello. Good morning, everyone. I welcome all of you all on behalf of the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies and Center for China Analysis and Strategy for the second day of the second strategic dialogue on Rise of China and its implications for the world. Very soon we will start session 1, which is on the topic China's Strategic Agenda. The chairperson for this session is Professor Dr. Vijay Khare, Head of the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies. The speakers are Mr. Jayadeva Ranade, President, Center for China Analysis and Strategy, Ambassador Gautam Bambawale, former Indian Ambassador to China, Pakistan and Bhutan, Professor Dr. Dilip Mohite, former Dean and Professor and Head, Department of Political Science, MS University, Baroda, Gujarat, and the discussants are Lieutenant General A.L. Chavan and Professor Dr. Shrikant Paranspe. I would request you all to come on the dais. Yeah.
Good morning to everyone. Second day of strategic dialogue. We are going to start with the very important and pertinent issue on China's strategic agenda. In this session, we have very eminent experts on China who spend more than 3 decades of their lives on understanding the China, and we have eminent scholar as well as eminent diplomat and experts who is going to deal with the China strategic agenda. First speaker would be Jayadeva Ranade. Second would be Ambassador Gautam Bambawale. Professor Dilip Mohite is going to join in a few minutes. There will be 2 discussion. Professor Shrikant Paranspe, who was the former Head Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, and General Chavan, who is the Emeritus Professor in the department. I'm not taking too much time to introduce them. We all are their contribution. They all are in our family, in a strategic community. So need not to have any introduction. And without much taking time, I will request to all experts to stick on the time. Each one will speak 15 minutes. I'll use my bell after completing a 15 minutes. For me, it is very difficult to give any order to this kind of senior person, but after 15 minutes, we can extend another 2-3 minutes. But by each one will have around 20 minutes. So there will be time for us to have a fair discussion, and all deliberation, it is live cast. I would request to each one switch off their mobiles. All my more than 2 lakh students are watching these events online from their concerned colleges. So any moment in a hall, all are recorded. So kindly switch off the mobiles. Don't interact to each other, and maintain the disciplines. So once again, I welcome each one, experts, panelists, discussant, participants, eminent audience from the August House, and each one. So I would request Jaidwarji come forward.
Thank you, Dr. Khare. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try and give a different perspective. We all talk about China's rise. That's, in fact, the topic for today, and its implications for the world. But while we say that, we also seem to assume that its rise is inexorable, that nothing can impede it, and it will dominate the world. I think from what I see, that China is today in a state of, at an inflection point. There are a lot of problems that it faces, which also need to be addressed. And the international environment is such that things are becoming unpredictable. Let me start by saying that we need to view China's rise in this context, in the context of the world being in flux, the world order being in a process of change at the moment. Existing major powers are looking for ways to retain their influence and continue to manage affairs in the future. The AUKUS is an example. Here we see the Anglo-Saxon triumvirate essentially looking to extend their influence and power into the future. They've cut out all non-Anglo-Saxon powers, and they're looking to, in fact, continue to have an influence, a meaningful influence in the Asia Pacific in the future. That's rattled the Chinese, but it's something that other countries here and other powers here also need to be thinking about. At the same time, what we are seeing are the new emerging powers also looking for a place at the global high table. Countries like Japan, India, Singapore, Vietnam, Australia, none of them are likely to willingly acquiesce to Chinese overlordship of this area. That's an obstacle that China has. It's an obstacle that it has to contend with, and it will come into the fore in course of time. China itself, after 4 decades of uninterrupted growth, steady growth, has accumulated a lot of economic might. It's built up its military capabilities, and today they feel confident enough to push a diplomatic agenda to try and position themselves as a counterbalance to the United States. They're getting ready to either rival or surpass the United States. And Xi Jinping, the president of China, who just taken over as president for the 3rd time, he appears to be a man in a hurry, if I may call it that. From the time he took over in 2012, he's been pushing a very aggressive and assertive agenda for China to move ahead. He's got this feeling that he has to fulfill the dreams of his forebears. He has to make China a great nation again, and he's trying to carry China along with it. But what happened was that while he unveiled the plan for the rejuvenation of the great Chinese nation, as he called it, in 2012 when he took over, what he called the China Dream, It was in 2017 at the 19th Party Congress that he really spelt out China's national agendas. We can argue whether they are his agendas or China's, but today they are China's agendas. And there, he said that by 2049, which is the 100th year of the founding of the People's Republic of China, he will make China into a major power with global pioneering influence. It was clear that he had actually thrown the gauntlet, and the United States recognized it as such. Because the only other country which has the capacity to influence or create international organizations is the United States. And with this declaration, China announced that it also would develop the same capacity. Within 2 months of his throwing this challenge, by February, the United States reacted, and we saw that it picked out the most operational part of a nation's development, which is technology. And they went after China's technological capabilities. One of China's ambitions, also stated at that Congress, was that by 2035, it would be among the world's most advanced technology powers. So the United States went after their first technology champion, which was the ZTE, followed by Huawei, and have crippled both. Huawei, for a time, sought to bluff and bluster its way by saying we'll manage it, we've built up alternate capacities, we've got a storage of chips, etc. But soon they had to admit that they didn't have any of that. And they stopped the manufacture of smartphones. Now they're having difficulty even with higher end chips. I think that their technology capacity has been set back by a minimum of 5 to 10 years, if not more. But interesting is what Chinese analysts said. They said Xi Jinping has committed a mistake. And this was within 2 months of his making this announcement when I met them. They said he's made a mistake, he's been premature. China does not have the power or wherewithal to really challenge the United States just yet. And they were also apprehensive. They said if the United States does retaliate, then we will really be left friendless because we don't even have that kind of diplomatic influence. And their feeling was that they have two friends, North Korea and Pakistan. And they said, we don't want this to become a stark reality. It's something that I think bothers them even today. And another complication that came up or has come up since then is the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I'll come to that later. But that has sort of precipitated things, which I think Xi Jinping did not anticipate and certainly did not want. But in the midst of all this, while China's economic situation was undergoing stress and it was headed downwards, he made a bid for a third term, not only as General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, which is the most powerful post that he holds, but also for the honorific of being President of China. And the General Secretaryship of the Chinese Communist Party, he got that at the 20th Party Congress, which was held last October. And last month, he became the president for the third time of China. But there are a couple of important things to note. It's not just the presidency, but he also was able to bring in his loyalists, people who owed their lives to him, into the key positions in the State Council, which is the Chinese government or cabinet, and into the party. More importantly, into the security apparatus, which till now he did not have full control over. He started, in fact, the purges and the cleansing of the security apparatus last year, and he's now trying to complete that. Xi Jinping also tried to build his own capacity. He realized that the Chinese Communist Party's legitimacy and ability to therefore rule the country or lead the country is getting dented. And he focused on a few issues here. One, that he was going to lift the people out of poverty, and he claimed at this time, when he took over as president, in his first press interview, that he has lifted the people out of poverty. The second statement he made was, he's wiped out a century of humiliation for the Chinese people. We may agree, we may not agree, but these are the claims that he's made and which are being repeated by everyone else. he also has tried to boost China's image. And this is being done as much for the domestic audience as well as for the international audience. So what did we see? We see that he sent his foreign minister, or his top diplomat rather, no longer the foreign minister, with a 12-point plan for the peace between the Russia-Ukraine war. It was an effort. It's not going to fly. It is tilted in favor of Russia, but it was an effort to position China as a possible potential peacemaker, and certainly a country that has the influence to try and present a peace plan. That's what he did. This was followed up by the success of the Saudi-Iran Accords. Again, something where the United States could have interfered or could have intervened, but he stole the show. He went ahead and did it and tried to score an advantage. He followed that up with a visit to Putin, which everyone followed. A lot of international experts, analysts have, I think prematurely, chosen to comment that China has taken the lead. China has shown how diplomatically powerful it is, and the US has therefore confirmed to be in decline. To my view, that's a premature assessment. Nothing has changed in China. People are now trying to say that by undertaking these diplomatic moves, China is trying to show a peaceful face. On the ground, I don't see any of that happening, but I'll come to that in a bit. Along with this, there are a couple of things, I think, frailties that we need to look at. And as I mentioned, China's economic situation is causing the leadership a lot of worry. There is soaring unemployment, graduate unemployment, which is particularly important in a one-child family country, is at 35%. Thousands of businesses have shut down for various reasons. And in the midst of all this, Xi Jinping has cracked down on the technology and fintech sectors. They've also been compelled to shut down businesses. They've been compelled to lay off workers. Along with this, when the COVID hit China, it was a double whammy. With the economic crisis came the COVID. And there he opted for a zero COVID policy. Now, what zero COVID did was it impacted immediately the lives of the citizenry. Not only did he use COVID or the zero COVID policy to track citizens even more closely through their COVID apps, but he also shut down cities the moment they detected a few COVID cases. 1 out of 10 COVID cases, they shut the city down or they shut that area down. What happened was that logistics got affected. Now, most of China, or at least the cities in China, I'll just give you a scenario here. In zero COVID, they became dependent on two things. One, they were either picked up and put in COVID blocks, regardless of what was happening in the family. So whether you're a child or a grown-up or an elderly person, you were picked up and put into this quarantine. And you were dependent on food supplies coming to your doorstep. Or if you stayed at your house, you called your local supply person, like we have Zomato, etc. They would come and deliver the food. But with zero COVID, with the lockdown taking place, the local delivery systems got impacted and people were not able to get their food. This caused a lot of resentment, in addition to other things. But what he did was, he appointed his loyalist, Li Qiang, as the premier to try and revive the economy. Now, a lot of people have pointed out that Li Qiang has no experience of either being a vice premier or even a minister. But he's been party secretary of 3 wealthy provinces, Zhejiang, Jiangsu, and Shanghai. I think that qualifies him, but let's see, time will tell. But anyway, he's got a loyalist there, a loyalist with this experience. And in his first press interview, he went out of his way to assure or reassure private entrepreneurs that they will be looked after, policies will be tailored towards them. He also referred to creating employment opportunities for 17 million graduates. So he made all the right noises in order to revive the economy. And a crucial point is that when he spoke about Taiwan, he spoke about people-to-people contacts, he spoke about business contacts. What he did not speak about was reunification. That's a strong message. And it is one which, as I said, international analysts used to also show that China has changed course. It hasn't. But anyway, that's what he did. He also spoke about restructuring of the government. And there we come across the 3 to 4 main priorities for this leadership, for this government and for the next 5 years. The first is economic development, or what they call high quality development. The second is security. So that remains, he has to keep his position intact. The third is agriculture. And these are the ones he's gone after. And the fourth is science and technology. The budgets of all these 4 sectors have increased. The budget of national defense has increased. None of the others have increased. Foreign policy has registered a small increase. Li Qiang has also announced, and this reflects the poor state of the economy, a 5% cut in central government employment. He said, of the current employees also, 5% will be laid off. So this is the scenario in China today. It's one where the situation is precarious, the economic situation is precarious. How far they can go, one doesn't know. And in the backdrop, we have a deteriorating US-China relationship, one that is going to squeeze China even more. Already with COVID, what we notice is a surge in anti-China sentiment around the world, particularly in Europe and the United States. The result is very clear. What Europe and the US have done is they've begun to close off their markets to China. So Chinese exports to Europe and USA have dropped by 30%. That's a lot for a country that is export driven. And they're looking for other markets. That is why we find that in virtually every speech made by Xi Jinping, he talks about safeguarding supply chains, he talks about safeguarding their markets, etc. But I think personally that they're looking to even a more difficult time in future. I do not see the United States or Europe coming back to the old kind of arrangement or as open a market towards China as it used to be. The other complication that has come in is the Russia war, Russia's war with Ukraine. Now, whether Xi Jinping was fully briefed on it or not, one doesn't know. But from the joint statement that they issued, it is clear that Xi Jinping had more than an idea that Putin is going to do something and he's going to require power for it. Because within a week of meeting him, Putin withdrew Russian forces that were deployed on the borders with China. It's never been done before. And he redeployed them against Ukraine. The war has gone on. It's gone on far longer than what the Chinese thought. Chinese calculations have always been a short, quick, decisive war. And here they find it's dragged on over a year now. They're getting nervous. They're getting nervous for 2 reasons. One, the war dragging on creates an atmosphere of uncertainty about Russia. Is Putin going to survive or not? Is Russia going to remain intact or not? These are the 2 questions that Xi Jinping has in his mind, and so does the rest of the Chinese Communist Party. If either goes, it's a problem for them. They do not want to be the only large communist power left standing for the West to turn its attention on. Xi Jinping himself has invested a lot in Putin and in Russia, and he does not want that investment to go waste. So that's one factor. The second is the growing apprehension among Chinese Communist Party cadres that the United States is going to hit them with sanctions. The United States, if you've been following the news closely, have already been saying that they're not sure about how much support China is giving Russia. Is it material support or not? Sometimes there are articles in New York Times and Washington Post, which, by the way, reflect the thinking of the administration in the US about some Chinese companies being involved in extending material supplies to Russia. The United States has also clamped down not only on companies that are supplying, but also said that no US citizen or resident or green card holder can actually supply know-how and knowledge to Chinese companies or Russia. So this is the kind of climate that is coming in. And the Chinese communists are afraid that the next step will be sanctions against China. I don't think personally that that's far-fetched. It can happen. But what bothers them is that 70% of the director level officers of the Chinese Communist Party across the country, their children are studying in either the United States, UK, Canada, or Australia. And if the sanctions come into force, they'll be forced to pack their bags and come home within 24 hours. And all the money that these cadres have stashed away outside, and it's all illegal, will be confiscated. It will directly impact 300 million Chinese. You can imagine I would say, tsunami that will happen. I think before that kicks in, there will be pressure on Xi Jinping to step down, because he's already being accused by Chinese Communist Party cadres in writing, in public, which is a very risky thing to do in China, of having singularly mismanaged the Sino-US relationship. So that's the scenario that we see developing in front of us. But just a quick shot, as I said, into the future. Having done all this, having put his loyalists into position, let's try and peep a little bit into the future. What do we see? And I'm looking at it also from our point of view. We have 70,000 Chinese troops on our borders. We have, of course, an equal number of our own, but the situation is tense. Our foreign minister called it fragile. It's tense. Anything can happen at any time. They've tried to open up new fronts in the east. More will happen. And I feel that we will see some more situations arising, maybe conflagrations within a year, or over a year in this time. The second is the situation that he is creating over Taiwan. There have been repeated statements by Xi Jinping that the reunification of China has to be completed in what he calls the new era, which is his era. Now, you can only be sure of effecting something in your era if you are in charge. So that can be interpreted as he wants to complete the reunification when he's there, which is in this 5-year time. Let's see what happens. But what is happening is he has positioned his loyalists, as I said, everywhere. The Central Military Commission, which is the key body, out of 7 members, 5 are people with experience of the Western Theatre Command, which is the live command in China, which is against us, or of the Eastern Theatre Command opposite Taiwan. They're all loyalists of his. Many of them are princelings. They're in charge. And at this National People's Congress, he appointed a new Chief of Army Staff, a new head of the Joint Staff Department, General Liu Chunli, who is again a person with a lot of experience of war. Now, he has got a battle-ready military commission organized and in place. And with American pressure on him growing, I think he feels that the window of opportunity for him is shrinking. And that is the danger point that I wanted to mention. It can provoke him into either taking some rash action quickly or precipitating a situation that he wants to bring about, which could be reunification with Taiwan. I'll leave it at that. But all I'm trying to say is that things for China are not all that clear-cut. Its rise is not something which is to be taken for granted. Many things can happen to stall that rise also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Now I request Honorable Ambassador Gautam Bambaliji to sit.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you. Thank you, Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Savitribai, Phule, Pune University. Thank you, Center for China Analysis and Strategy, for inviting me. Dr. Khare has given me 15 minutes, and when he was saying that, it reminded me of when I was in service. A colleague of mine asked me, how the hell has the government of India posted you to both Pakistan and China? And my answer to my colleague was, because I speak very little, but I say a lot. So Dr. Khare, I'm going to speak very little. Hopefully, I'll say a lot, but I'm going to finish well within the 15 minutes that you have allotted to me. So this session is on China's strategic agenda. And that leads us to ask ourselves, what is China's strategic agenda? I'll deal with it in one sentence, because that's all it takes. China's strategic agenda, as we have heard repeatedly over the last day and a half, including by previous speakers, is to replace the United States as the number one power in the world, to move the world, to move international politics, to move geopolitics from a situation of Pax Americana to a situation of Pax Sinica. That's the single-minded, one-sentence agenda that China has in mind, that Xi Jinping has in mind. Now, what I'm going to do over the next few minutes is I'm going to share with all of you a hypothesis that I have developed. It's not been proved or disproved, so you can agree or disagree with my hypothesis, but I'll share this hypothesis with you, and I hope some of the young students from the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies will actually take up the job of either proving or disproving that hypothesis. Now, the hypothesis runs as follows, that the international politics or geopolitics today is characterized by one main trend. And that trend, of course, is competition between the two major powers, namely the United States on one hand and China on the other. The Russia-Ukraine crisis is actually a side, it's not the main movie, it's the trailer before the movie. The real characteristic of international politics today, and which is going to continue over the next 40, maybe even 50 years, is this competition, which will get increasingly intense between the two major powers, the United States and China. Now, unfortunately, and this is what my hypothesis is, what China is trying to do in this competition is to replicate everything that the US has done and try to do it better. So China is unfortunately just following the lead that the United States has given since World War II and trying to do everything that the United States did, but do it better. I'll give you some examples. All of you, or many of you, have either traveled or seen photographs in the movies or otherwise of Manhattan in New York. It's a jungle of concrete, plate glass, and steel. Now, what has China done? It has built jungles of concrete, plate glass, and steel in its major cities, whether it's Beijing or Shanghai or many others across China. So it has tried to replicate exactly what the United States did, but tried to do it bigger and better. Second, in the 50s and 60s, the United States built these huge expressways connecting the country, north and to south, east to west. China has done exactly the same thing in the 1990s and in the early 2000s. It has built spanking new expressways, better than in the United States, connecting the whole of China. Internationally too, China is doing exactly what the United States did over the past 70 years, only it is trying to do it better. And here, once again, let me give you many, many examples which exist. Because there are these multilateral development banks, the World Bank controlled by the United States, and now I believe there's a person of Indian origin who is going to be nominated. He has been nominated to be president. Mr. Banga is nominated to be president of the World Bank. There was the Asian Development Bank, which is run by Japan. So what did China do? It set up the AIIB, or the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is capitalized by the Chinese and run by the Chinese. Incidentally, India is also a big shareholder, the second most important shareholder in AIIB, and the chief investment officer of AIIB so far, since its inception, has been an Indian national. Second example of how China is working within the system set up by the United States since the end of the World War, the Second World War. It has steadily worked to put Chinese nationals into important positions at UN bodies. So you have at least one, if not more, Under-Secretary Generals of the United Nations being of Chinese origin and Chinese nationality. You have a number of other bodies of the United Nations which are headed by Chinese nationals. A third example, just like the US did earlier, China now, in order to be able to project power, is setting up bases across the world, not just in Djibouti, but also in the South China Sea. So just replicating what the Americans did over so many decades, and not waiting to think whether this is the Chinese way of doing it or whether it is not. So what we find is that China has just been replicating what the US did, only trying to do it better. Now my question and hypothesis to all of you is it is so enraptured in this whole process of competing with the United States that is it being able to see that it is merely copying the United States where international politics is concerned. It is also China is steeped in this whole question of global power politics, of balance of power, and therefore it wants to do exactly what the United States did 60, 70 years earlier, and maybe even up to recent times. So I believe, and this is my proposal and proposition to all of you, it's a hypothesis, so we need to prove it, but I believe that this is where China is showing its weakness. It is not coming up with new ideas of how to shape international politics. It's not coming up with new innovations or what kind of structures we can put in now that we're the second most powerful country in the world into geopolitics. Can some of these structures be different from what the United States did since 1945? It is completely oblivious to those kind of questions, and it is merely replicating everything that the United States did since 1945. So I believe that this is a weakness for China. I believe this could be the Achilles heel of China, and which brings me, of course, to what we in India should be doing. So I believe that we in India, this is our time to hide our strength and bide our time. This is our time to focus domestically, internally, in building up our economy. We grew by 8.7% in the previous year. I believe it's been now increased to 9.1%. We grew by 7% in the year which is ending on March 31st in a few days. We have to continue ensuring that India grows at 7 to 8% GDP growth per annum over the next 20-25 years, so that we not only build up our economic might, we not only improve the living standards of our people, but we also help in increasing and improving the quality of education in India, the quality of science research in India, the quality of technology innovation in India. All that will improve and increase as per capita incomes and the size of the GDP increases. So this is what we need to do. Internationally, geopolitically, what India needs to do is to find its own way. What my former boss, currently the External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. Jaishankar, has written about, we have to find the India way in international politics and geopolitics. And you can see that we are beginning to do this. We are doing it in very, very important ways. The fact that Prime Minister Modi hosted so many leaders virtually from the global south the fact that we took the trouble to listen to what they have to say, what are their problems, and what should be projected within the G20 as the voice of the global South is an important distinction and differentiation from the way the United States and now China, who's replicating the United States, behave. This is one important example. We need to find many such other examples, and we need to have our foreign policy, our strategic choices, our working in international politics and geopolitics infused by the sense of dharma, which we all believe in and which is so ingrained in all of us. And we have to also think of the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which we mouth a lot, but we are also now beginning to practice. So that's my suggestion about how India should go the India way and stay away from just replicating what the United States did as a great power, and which China, unfortunately, is now just copying as a great power. Thank you very much for your attention. Dr. Khare, I have stayed within my 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. What you said is right. Is very important for us to how to conceptualize within a time bound and time frame. Already I have introduced Professor Dilip Moite, who is former Dean and former Head, Department of Political Science, MS University, Baroda. Sir, without much taking time, I hope that we'll restrict the time, 15 minutes plus 5 minutes. Sorry.
I tried to bribe you yesterday, I think, for more time. 15 minutes is too smaller time for me, because my presentation, for which I worked for the last couple of weeks, would take, but I'll try my best to finish it in 15 to 20 minutes, or maybe some grace period will be given to me by gracious chairman. Anyway, Professor Khare, Dr. Radade, Ambassador Gautam Bambwale, Lieutenant General Chavan, and my dear friend and colleague Shrikant Paranjape, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, when I was given this topic about 2 or 3 weeks back, I was wondering how to handle it. My department, which was one of the most pioneer departments in the country, especially in the field of international relations and political theory, we always tried to interpret the international currents and events through the lens of theory. We kept a close watch on the development of certain theories which emerged soon after the Cold War. I won't go into the pre-Cold War or immediately after the Cold War. I would rather handle it immediately after the Cold War. The reason being that lots of work has been done on Cold War, and therefore I will concentrate myself on the post-Cold War period. I will quickly mention that so far as the end of Cold War was concerned, Francis Fukuyama, came out with a very nice and controversial book, End of History, whereby he claimed that the victory of democracy over communist ideology. That's one thing. I won't go into the details. The second book which came out was by Paul Kennedy, Rise and Fall of Empires. Now, this particular, concept, for the first few years, the USA had not taken place, but then some of the practitioners of foreign policy realized that if this theory of rise and fall, since most of the empires have fallen in the past, and this may apply to the United States. And then soon after that, after a few years, people started talking about a decline of United States power over the globe, I would say. Now, this particular phenomena was again added by Joseph Nye, the clash of civilization. Now, from all this theoretical framework, India has also developed strategic challenges, which I will try to deal to the best of my knowledge in about 15 to 20 minutes time. Now, so far as decline of America is concerned, again there were two different schools of thought. Number one, Paul Kennedy, was followed by certain practitioners, and they said that the United States would also fall, and therefore we must take the necessary steps to see that the US power remains at the apex of the triangular world order. That was what the imagination was. The United States wanted to remain at the apex of the triangle. At the second level, it wanted certain countries like China, Russia, India, Japan, South Africa, etc., etc. And then at the third level, the countries which did not have either or were known for military or financial power. Now, this was the actually world order that was envisaged. But then in those days, when this particular idea was floated, China and India opted for multipolar world order. Now, this particular multipolar world order would emerge from the new world order, which was actually envisaged by so many countries. But then on the other side, the United States, which wanted to remain at the apex of the triangle, the global order, started working in direction of preparing a kind of a new containment policy of China, because China was also, number of books have come out so far as the China's rise is concerned. Peaceful rise, they said, but then we must remember that the Chinese stratagem always says that there can be only one tiger on the mountain. What it interprets is that there can be one, and not United States, but probably we would replace United States as a superpower. That is one thing. Second thing, the Chinese, though they said that it is a peaceful rise, they started working quietly, because their stratagem says that do everything in a dark so that your opponent does not come to know about it. Now, that's a very good lesson for not only China, but we can also imbibe it. What we are doing, we should not make a broadcast of the things that we have got this many tanks deployed at this place, and this many troops are deployed, this many aircrafts are deployed. Nothing. You work in such a way that create a kind of a deterrence so far as China is concerned. Now, my other details, I would not go into the details, but I would like to state that the war will not take place in the near future. Why I say? Because China is on the way to become a superpower. It has not become a superpower. It's not been designated as a superpower. And whatever that China has achieved, it will be destroyed if there is a war between USA and China, or even for that matter, India can also cause a very serious damage to Chinese interest in Pakistan, particularly CPEC. So China would like to preserve its economic wing, which they are trying to spread in West Asia. They have already spread their wings in Africa, then in Asia. They have followed a policy of first eliminating India as an obstructionist power, and then established their complete hold over the entire Asia. But then there are a couple of restraints that the China faces, and this restraints or a containment is being imposed by the United States by offering certain new alignments, like you may call it AUKUS, or you may call it quadrilateral treaties between Japan, India, United States, and maybe one or two other Philippines or other countries. I may have made a mistake here, 4 powers, but India is definitely there. Now, taking this particular thing into account, as we used to talk about encirclement of India by China, and then, the arguments were made by experts in one of the seminars that Sri Lanka, they have an influence. Pakistan is almost gone with the Chinese. And so far as Bhutan is concerned, it is actually playing certain role. Nepal is also a fluid situation, whether it will go towards India or towards China or would remain neutral. Still, we are not in a position to, predict about it. Of course, the practitioners of diplomacy may know more about it. But so far as I'm concerned, a theoretician and looking at the China-India development from a distance is not in a position to tell you with a specific, point that this particular development will take place. Moving further, so far as, the rhetoric is concerned, China has started propagating that the American power is declining, and there was talk within America, in Europe, and elsewhere also. Zakaria has written a beautiful article. It's not that the American power has declined, but other powers have come up, so the distance between America and the other powers has reduced. It has not declined. So far as soft power is concerned, I think America has a tremendous advantage over China. Joseph Nye has said that the soft power of America plays a very important role in the global politics. Hard power, of course, the Americans have, now there are several, factors, one can attribute to the American behavior. Whether it is good or bad, war in Iraq was good or bad, war in encouraging Iraq to, war in Iraq, Kuwait war, was proper or improper. Intervention in Afghanistan was good or bad. And then, it said that it involved itself into certain, conflicts with no return so far as the United States is concerned. It spent billions of dollars, and it actually caused the decline of American dollar to an extent. On the other side, the Chinese were avoiding any military engagement. They had hardly any war per se after, you may call it a 1962, a small war between India and India and China. But here, when I talk about, India and Pakistan or India and China, the nexus between Pakistan and China, I go back to 1971 when Kissinger said that don't ask us for any help if the Chinese intervene in the war, 1971 Bangladesh war. Another important thing was that the Pakistan-China nexus was interpreted by a strategic thinker, a very fine scholar, Raju G.C. Thomas. He said that India should be prepared. He said this thing towards the middle of 80s and 90s, early 90s. He said that India should be prepared for 1.5 war. One full war with China and half a war with Pakistan, or one full war with Pakistan and half a war with China. Now, I altered this particular theory and has come to the conclusion that today India must be prepared for 2 wars. Now, practically speaking, we do not have that capability of facing 2 wars. And therefore, India has started, I would say, hedging or bandwagoning foreign policy. Now, this is not a very pleasant word to speak, but it's a fact. Now, that has put India's foreign policy under tremendous strain. It's like a rope walking, whether we are this side or that side. Another thing that has happened is that the Indian silence on Ukraine war, whether it has helped us or it is not going to help us, because either we are with the Russians by saying that we remain quiet in the UN, or the Americans are unhappy about it, or we can say that covertly we are supporting the American side. Now, let me tell you, so far as bandwagoning is concerned, or looking for some sort of a help from the Americans, the general behavior of the Americans is that they never fight or intervene. John Gaddis has clearly stated that the superpowers or the great powers do not interfere in the third world conflict, third party conflict, I would say. Now, looking to this particular point, if there is a war between India and China, hypothetically speaking, the US would like to support India, not directly but indirectly, like what they have done in Ukraine. Fine. But then that actually help was also sought in 1962 by Nehru. Prior to Tibetan crisis, Nehru knew that the Chinese power is tremendous. He consulted Chief of the Army Staff, General Karyappa, and said that, can we take on China? And Karyappa said, no, it's a practical advice. Why it was a practical advice? Because almost more than 2/3 of the Indian army was busy in Kashmir. The rest of the 1/4 army was retired after the Second World War. The officers had, like the senior most officer was at the most, brigadier or major general. The rest of the officers were not having any war experience. Anyway, but then Nehru wanted to create a deterrence. He went to United States asking for supersonic aircrafts. And that is one reason, again, that we could not use our Air Force, because those aircrafts were not capable of flying for a longer time, more than 40 minutes or 45 minutes, and they were not capable of fighting in the mountainous region. Anyway, so deterrence was created. So I come back to the present situation where we are diplomatically forced to create a kind of a deterrence in the form of joining the Western Bloc, but at the same time our dependency on Soviet Union makes us kind of soft towards even the Russians. Now, if you look to the entire scenario, which I have not been able to put everything together, but then looking to the entire scenario, yesterday I was talking, we were discussing, very brief discussion with Professor Chari, and he said that economic interest, competition, or that there are two issues, economic cooperation, economic competition. I slightly modify this, that when there is an economic competition, it may also lead to war. Like what happened in the 19th century, the contest between the European powers. Now, Thomas Friedman has said, wherever there is an economic interest involved, people would refrain from war. That's one thing. And the Chinese would not initiate a war. They might, express their, anger. They may use rhetoric over Taiwan. But so many years have passed, but they have not taken any concrete step. They have only used rhetoric, threats that we will not tolerate, all those things. The Americans have also retaliated by saying that the China must know the cost of conflict on Taiwan. So each one is trying to make each other realize the cost of war, and it is going to be unbearable. It is going to be unbearable for the United States as well as for the Chinese. And therefore, I feel that there are certain constraints on China. It will be contained, or it will be refrained from taking any major actions either against India or against. And then when it comes to Pakistan, our dispute with Pakistan, and I put Pakistan, China has made it very clear to Pakistan that we will not help you if you initiate a war on India. Very clearly they have stated. A Chinese foreign minister. Thank you. Then, if India attacks you, then we will interfere. Because Chinese economic and a very important interest lies in Pakistan, and that is There are several other interests, of course, but the most important is CPEC. China is dependent on oil from the Gulf region. And today they have to pass through certain, sea lanes, which are narrow, Strait of Malacca, that can be choked by India, that can be choked by United States, and their oil supply can be cut off. So as an alternative arrangement, Chinese have put a kind of a project by which the oil from the Gulf area will straightway come to Gwadar airport, and the CPEC, that is the road which is being built, the communication line, will reach China without endangering their tankers carrying ship. So if you take all these perspectives, then I would say that there is no possibility of war, but there will be a rhetoric of war. Again, I would like to subscribe to the view by Strait, Strait, a very good scholar on the conflict and the war studies. He says that we should now go for MAS, mutually agreed survival. And from that perspective, I feel that both Pakistan is also in a bad shape to initiate any conflict. But I would strongly say to the defense experts and the strategists, the diplomats, that we should not be complacent. No complacency. We have to assume that the war is going to take place tomorrow, and we have to be prepared for it. We have to create a deterrence. In fact, you will be surprised, I have got certain documents which proves that Nehru was also interested in creating a deterrent in the form of nuclear bomb. There were several meetings between him and Baba, and he was insisting that you should make it as fast as possible, because he knew that militarily they cannot take on China. And therefore, I would conclude, there are a number of things I can go on for 1 hour. A professor should not be given 20 minutes, but knowing his habit and culture, he can speak for 1 hour or 2 hours continuously. But I have to cut short my presentation by saying that this particular topic is extremely delicate, but we have to deal with this delicacy with a lot of thinking, and there should be a coordination between the academics, the diplomats, the army, the defense forces, and maybe the social, because last point I will say, with your permission, Chairman Sir, just 1 minute, that India is fragile. Social structure of India is fragmented. And if you read the history of the Second World War, then you realize that the underground gave hell to the German army. Now, we may not have that kind of a situation, but I fear that that situation can be created very easily by the fragmentation of this country. And therefore, we have to integrate this country on the basis of either secularism or liberty, equality, and fraternity to all the citizens. And therefore, I would like to say that India's social structure, because society is the first base, second base is the state. Man, family, society, and the state. The state will be strong only if our society is strong. And today, our social structure is fragmented, and that is one of the biggest, weakness that probably could be exploited. Just about few days back in Kerala, there was a demonstration by the leftist forces. About 10 kilometers long, people marched. It was so long, and they went and protested somewhere. Now, these are again very bad signs. The point why I'm making is that the world is divided into haves and haves not. I have read a couple of books like Empire, beautiful theoretical book. Then another book is by Rutkov, The Rulers. The globe is ruled by just 5,000 or 6,000 people, the elites. And rest of the masses are deprived masses. And that's not a good sign for the global security. And ultimately, India is a part of the globe that would affect India also. Thank you very much, sir, for your generous consideration of giving a little extra time for me, and thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Once the teachers start the lectures, hardly, stop, before 60 minutes. But sir has rightly, conceptualized within a time, not that much time. We have chosen two discussants. One is General Chauhan and Professor Shrikant Paranjpe. First, I request General Chauhan will make it, just initiate the discuss the ideas. Then from here, then Professor Shrikant Paranjpe, then we'll have a question and answer. Thank you.
Morning, sir. Morning, Mr. Ranade. And morning, Mr. Bambawale. What a great pleasure. Good morning, sir. There are many familiar faces in the audience, and I saw one face of my boss walking in very slowly. And morning, sir. Jan Samanwar happened to be my boss in MO Directorate, and he joined to listen to me. So I'll start off with a little coverage on the two papers which were presented earlier. The thoughts given by Sri Ranade, and then cover the thoughts given by Ambassador Bambawale. And thereafter, I'll give you a little perspective of my own. That's how I'll sum it up. When you look at the thoughts of Ambassador Sri Ranade, they're focused around the internal problems which China is facing, and plus how they are planning to overcome, which is creating serious amount of internal friction. And of course, he's given a very good perspective of how the Russia-Ukraine war is impacting this particular relationship between them, and how it is going to play out in this game, which is mentioned on the board at the back. So he's given a lovely perspective of that. And then we had Ambassador Bambawale, who gave out his hypothesis. Hypothesis generally coming to the conclusion that we should hide, bide, and build. And when we do hide, bide, and build, like the Chinese did during the times of Deng, then probably we should also look at our own national sovereignty and what is in our interest, keeping the overall ambit of Vasudev Kutumbakam in all this. So when we look at Vasudev Kutumbakam, I hope we are all on the same grid as far as the overall strategic direction of India is concerned. We are looking at one planet, and we are looking at one people, one earth, one people, and we are looking at the welfare of everyone. That's what our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister says, and that's what Vasudev Kutumbakam is all about. Now let me get back to the big question which is there on the board. 5 minutes for that. Mythologically, the Chinese say that one of the earliest emperors, ancient times, he sent out few Chinese because he wanted a potion for rejuvenation. Because Chinese keep talking about this rejuvenation. So he sent out few Chinese to go and look for this potion for rejuvenation, men and women. These men and women got lost and they did not come back, and he never got the potion for rejuvenation. The Chinese myth also says that these men and women are the ones who founded Japan. So that's a very, very interesting myth. Second, we must look at where these two positions are coming from, the Chinese position and the American position. American, when I say the Western position, and the Chinese position, where it is coming from. So when the Chinese look at how they have evolved to the present status of challenging the West, as the West says they are going to do, it comes from being the Middle Kingdom for close to 2000 plus years, and being an economy which gave 40% of the GDP to the world, and out of that only 2% was foreign trade. So that is for figures for you. And they are coming from that kind of a position which had great sense of internal satisfaction in being a nation in themselves, until the West went and invaded and spoiled the entire equation. And you know how it went. The Chinese suffered, as per them and as per the known facts, a century of deep humiliation. And that deep humiliation, after having built the trenches from which the Western powers fought the Germans. And what is the promise which the Americans had made to the Chinese? That we'll give you the port of Qingdao with the Germans have got once we've defeated the Germans. And they never gave it back. So when Mao wrote his book, he said that among the hangmen in the West, the Americans are the worst. So that is where the Chinese are coming from, a very rich history, a kingdom which was for 2000 years the Middle Kingdom, self-sufficient, and they have their own way of doing things. They have evolved. During the struggle when the Chinese Communist Party was coming to power, and they had to fight the nationalists, you are aware of it. This struggle was played by the Russians and the Americans between them. And it was the Russians who eventually supported the Chinese to come out on top. So this is where the Chinese are coming from. So the deep set hatred and distrust for America flows from there. From the Americans being the worst hangmen among the West. The American position comes from an international order which they have created. This international order helps Americans and their Western allies only. It is primarily meant for that. So you see there is a clash of two strategies which is taking place. It is the clash of a strategy which the Chinese are putting up, and it's a clash of strategies which the Western world is putting up. Western world wants to continue this particular international order which the Chinese want to change, and that is where...
General Sahab, sorry, I'm just...
Okay, so I will leave it at that. What I'm saying is, for India, is this the best strategy that we follow the white people, the Anglo-Saxons, or is there an alternate strategy? Can we look at the Chinese seriously a little more? Will it help? Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Srikanth, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Let me flag 4 or 5 specific issues which have been raised and leave it at that. One, the first issue that I would flag is the whole question about rules-based world order. The post-Second World War order, which is essentially a rules-based world order based on political security aspects of United Nations, economic aspects of perhaps the Bretton Woods Conference. The challenge to this, at one level, had come from the non-aligned group. Limited, but it had come from the non-aligned group. Today, if China is seeking to challenge this world order, something which Ambassador Bambawali was talking about, challenging this world order, and create an alternative worldview, what kind of an alternative worldview are we talking about? See, at one level, if India is trying to talk of the southern perspectives, China, during the times of Mao Zedong or Zhou Enlai, was talking of a particular worldview which had some relevance. Today, it has to come out with some alternative worldview which would be really acceptable as an alternative to the rules-based world order. What new world order or what new rules-based order it is going to talk about. Second, in the context of Ukraine, both the early speakers mentioned Ukraine. China is perhaps watching very closely the limitations of American commitment in Ukraine. Commitment both in terms of how much to extend material support, but more than that, limitations coming from the American mindset, starting from Vietnam, going over to issues like Iraq or Afghanistan, would they be able to, or would they want to commit again to any such kind of global commitments outside of the region? That calculation for China would determine how it would strategize so far as Taiwan is concerned, South China Sea is concerned. In fact, this is something which also the Australians and Japanese are looking at, which is why more interest in Quad, which is why more interest in India for that matter. Third issue that I would like to flag is the diplomatic offensive. At one level, the diplomatic offensive comes at a global level in form of peace proposals for Ukraine or peace proposals in the Middle East. That is at the global level. At the regional level, the offensive is from the BRI, Road and Belt and Road Initiatives, whatever its success or failures, and how it would go forward, whether the economic dimension, political dimension, or whatever. Fourth issue that I would like to flag is the domestic problems. Again, this has been raised earlier, and I'm specifically talking about this. Exports declining, something which was said by the first speaker, markets getting closed down, or fear of sanctions. Almost a kind of a return to the Trump era, maybe, in terms of Trump policy. The other aspect of domestic issues would perhaps be Tibet. Chinese policies about Tibet, policies about Uyghur, which has been talked about earlier and now not so much. Fifth, and the last point that I would make is regarding India. There has been a shift in Indian perspectives about use of force. In the 1950s, 60s, the policy, Nehruvian framework, if you want to use that, had been force has a utility, but why shout it out, to quote Nehru? Why talk of it all the time? Quotes from Tibor Mende. Subsequently, use of force, yes, but with a kind of an apologetic frame of reference. Today, use of force, there's a public posture. There's a public posture, force to be used if necessary, appropriate force to be used if necessary. And that has been shown in the context of Pakistan and China. That is a shift which has taken place. These are the 5 issues that I would flag based on the presentations made earlier, and I would stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. First, give a round of applause to all 3 eminent experts and to discussion. We have 15 minutes with us because we have to be restrict the time. Then a break for tea, and then 11:15 we are going to start online sessions. So all experts are waiting. So 3 questions we will have it. Honorable Vice Chancellor Ranade sir, first you have it.
Thank you. I just have a very brief question, but before that, I really want to compliment and really excellent panel. I know the time is limited, but thank you all for a wonderful presentation. Specific question to Jaydev Ranade. You mentioned that Xi Jinping, and you focused a lot of your comments on this one personality. So it looks as if your thesis is that the one personality is going to have an overpowering or disproportionate influence on Chinese strategy. My question to you is that you said that Mr. Xi Jinping is going to act or is keen to act on reunification. Now, Taiwan has 23 million people, right? And 1.3 billion. What is the feedback or what is the sense among the Taiwanese people about reunification? So, thank you.
I didn't want to focus entirely, but I did certainly sketch out in some detail Xi Jinping. I think he is maybe the main driver today in China's policies. He has certainly been the most assertive and aggressive in pushing China's policies, including reunification. Coming to your question about what the Taiwanese feel, as it happens, I was in Taiwan very recently, and there are 3 points that come to my mind when we discuss this question. The first is the Taiwanese people themselves. They seem to be divided on what is really happening. They don't want to become another Ukraine. That seems to have become a fairly prominent issue in discourse among themselves. The second is that while there is a slight dip in the number of Taiwanese who today refer to themselves as Taiwanese instead of Chinese, and earlier it was, more Chinese than Taiwanese. People say that dip doesn't really matter. It's barely 0.5%. But the third point is that I think the Chinese are following a two-pronged policy. And I did make a reference to the new Premier, Li Qiang's omission of the phrase reunification with Taiwan. I think what we are seeing, or what at least I'm seeing, with Ma Ying-jeou's visit, the former president's visit to China, with Tsai Ing-wen's visit to the United States, is that the Chinese are going to redouble their efforts at united front activities inside Taiwan. The attempt will be to try and weaken Taiwan from within, or weaken Taiwan's resolve to stand up to China from within. I think that is the Chinese effort, but they're also preparing to change the environment, which they are. There have been repeated military exercises, air and sea exercises around Taiwan, which have, I think, begun to strain the Taiwanese resources. So they are following a two-track policy. I don't think Xi Jinping has given it up. But let me throw one thought to you, that it doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to go for Taiwan itself. He might go for one of the outlying islands and then claim to his people that he has begun the process of reunification. For him, that will be victory enough. Thank you.
Thank you. From last side, student side? Yes. Give the card. To whom you want to ask the question?
So it's a general question.
General question. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome.
We use the per capita income, this keyword, as well as economical development for this global world. What do you think with rise of China, this keyword, when we think about the fall of China, how this impact the global orders? Internal issues are going on, and at present in Indian market itself, we are completely dependent on the China's market. Without that, even when we compare with the electronic market, electrical engineering, as well as the renewable energy sources, we are dependent, as well as the global world is dependent on the China. And when we talk about the fall of China, how it's going to impact overall system. Thank you, sir.
Who's going to?
Maybe the next conference can be on the fall of China and its implications. But in a more light-hearted way, let me say half the world will be happy, the other half will be wondering how to tackle it. I don't think we need to be worried personally as India on China's decline, because it will not fall as such, it will decline. Its power will decline. For us, it will be a good thing.
Anyone from this side? No? Great. My work, half work has been done now. Thank you very much I'm really happy that within a stipulated time, all eminent experts, they finished their presentation. On behalf of the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, on behalf of the Center of China Studies and Analysis, I express my deep gratitude to each one for patiently listening. Before making final announcement, I would request Jaydev Ranade to felicitate all eminent experts. First, Professor Dilip Moite. Sir, come. Sir. Ambassador Bombawale, sir. Sir, please. Sure. This is. General Chauhan, sir. Come. and Professor Srikant Pranashpi. Thank you, sir. We will have a tea break. Sharp 11:15, we are going to start second session on crisis in South China Sea and Taiwan. And all experts are going to join online. So my request would be in time in a hall. We will start sharp 11:15. We'll have a break for a cup of tea, this backside. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. अच्छा त्याने इकडूनच सांगितलं. Yeah. जिम विल्सन आणि hello. Hello,
Jim.
your attention, please.
Hi,
Those
good
who've
morning.
had their tea, I would request you all to come in the hall and be seated because we'll start exactly at 11:15. Mr. Jim Wilson, we've admitted you. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, indeed. Can you hear me?
Am I very clear?
Yes, yeah, no problems.
Okay, yeah, thank you and welcome. We'll start in 5 minutes' time.
Great,
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
excellent.
Air
Jim,
Marshal
can you see
Bhushan
me
Gokhale,
well?
sir.
Yes, how are you?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you see me?
Am I
See me
audible?
properly? Yeah, you are audible and can you see me?
Yes, sir. Yeah, good. Thank you, sir. We'll start in
All right.
5 minutes.
Sure.
And Dr. Do Than Hai,
Yeah,
now we are waiting for him to join us.
okay.
Yeah. So in 5 minutes' time, as I said, we'll start the session. Thank you.
So Jim, how's Kuala Lumpur?
Oh, it's excellent.
You are in KL, aren't you?
Once again, I request all of you all to be seated for the second session. And we have some of them online. We have the chairperson, Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale online. We have speakers, Dr. Do Thai Hai online, Mr. Jim Wilson online. May I request Professor Roger Liu and the discussants, Air Marshal S.S. Soman and Arvind Kumar to take their seats on the dais.
Okay.
Mrs. Bharti, the dais is not visible. Mrs. Bharti, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. To answer your question a moment ago, Kale is great. It's great food, great weather, very nice people. You know, all the things that you hope for in a place to live.
Nice to hear that. I'm in South Africa.
Oh, are you? Okay. Where in South Africa?
This meeting is being recorded.
Mrs. Bharti, the stage is not visible where Marshal Soman and Dr. Arvind Kumar are sitting.
So they're making the stage arrangement and we'll start.
Okay, so you tell me when to start. Yeah.
May I start?
So we are waiting for Dr. Do Tan Hai to come online. He's just joining us, so we'll have to wait for a minute, please.
Sure.
Okay. Bhushan sir, in the meanwhile, you could start with your remarks. 1 minute. Huh?
Bhushan sir,
Yeah.
meanwhile, you can make it introductory remarks and introduce the guest by the time he will come. Huh? Yeah,
All right.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning to all of you and a good afternoon, Jim, from Southeast Asia. Oh, we have now
Very good morning.
Dr.
Sorry.
Thon Hai from Delhi, the Deputy Chief of Mission of Vietnam in Delhi. And of course, the third speaker, that is Georgia, who's in Flame University in Pune, Dr. Arvind Kumar and M. Marshall Soman, who are disciplines. Dr. Arvind Kumar is a senior professor at JNU, and we have M. Marshall Soman, who holds the first chair of Marshal of the Air, that is Arjun Singh, fighter pilot, and he is served in the Western Air Command, which looks after part of Pakistan as well as China. And Jim Wilson, who's an expert on China, is joining us from Kuala Lumpur. So good afternoon to you. It's indeed a privilege, and thank you very much, Dr. Khare and Dr. Mr. Ranade, for having this second strategic dialogue in Pune. I'm speaking to you from South Africa, and it's indeed really nice that at the moment, FX, that is, there's an exercise between India and the African nations is going on in Pune, and yesterday we had a wonderful talk by the Army Chief at the inaugural. Talking about my panelists, they're experts. We have Dr. Do Tan Hai from Vietnam, who's written a book also on Indo-Pacific. He's an expert on all these affairs which we will talk about today in the Indo-Pacific. There is Jim Wilson, also a China expert. He's in the US Embassy in Kuala Lumpur. He is a Johns Hopkins University expert, and of course, he has served in Washington also on the China desk. And Roger Chi Feng is from Taiwan, at the moment in the Flame University. Earlier, he was at OP Jindal, and he's had an illustrious career as a science expert. So with this, let me just start by mentioning to you that there's going to be a slight change after me. Dr. Do Tan Hai is going to speak. And since he has to leave at 12 o'clock, once he finishes, we will take a few question and answers for him in particular before he leaves, and thereafter we'll continue with the rest of the panelists. As regards the important topic that we're going to discuss, they're both linked, Indo-Pacific and Taiwan. Regardless of the 9-dash line, the Chinese have continued to build artificial islands. And although they lost the case against Philippines in the tribunal at Hague in 2016, disregarding all that, they continue to carry on with their explorations and making these islands military bases. And everybody in Southeast Asia is worried because there's a tremendous amount of, Spratly Island and around the sea, there are lots of interests that every nation has in Southeast Asia. But the Chinese have today a great heft. I was speaking to Mr. Ambassador Anil Wadhwa sometime back when I had met him in Thailand. Ambassador Wadhwa is at the moment in Vivekanand in Delhi. And I remember he mentioning that US seems to be vacating Southeast Asia. There is a vacuum. And I mentioned this when I went for RAND dialogue subsequently. And surprisingly, you find that there is no doubt that today Southeast Asian countries, though they keep on talking about China as one of the important players, nobody takes a very firm stand against China. Actually, as a matter of fact, even Vietnam, which is the only country to have kind of stood against China in 1978, today there are signs that they are trying to rebalance their relations with China. And then one of our foreign secretaries and later NSA, he mentioned that similar thing is happening in the Middle East. And the US seems to be moving away from Middle East, especially after the shale oil was found. And that's true. And that is where the Chinese have made inroads. And today, their kind of diplomacy, the rivalry between Saudi Arabia and Iran, they have shaken hands. And now Saudi Arabia is also looking at establishing embassy in Syria, earlier not heard of. And so there is a Chinese diplomatic kind of offensive going on. I know Jaydev Ranade mentioned that there are a lot of inflection points. The Chinese are not doing very well, maybe domestically, but as regards outside, there is a lot of footprint. Even in South Africa, where I speak from, South Africa, as you know, is the major country of G20 from this particular continent. And they have relations with Taiwan, and biggest liaison office of Taiwan is in South Africa. However, the Chinese are big way here. Just about 5 kilometers from where I stay in my son's house at the moment, there is a Chinese mall. And almost every place that I see, there are China products. South Africa is indebted to China by 4% of the GDP. So similar things are happening all over Africa. I think that's another neglected area where now maybe Russians, of course, are moving in, and US and Europe are still busy trying to get in. Chinese have made sure that dollar is getting sort of on the second place by doing direct trade in yuan. So there are issues which are where Chinese are trying to counter and come to kind of a player as a second player or first player in the world and by their 2049 date line. Apart from what is going on in sea, the salt water, for the Southeast Asia, there is also the sweet water. All the rivers are going into Southeast Asia, including in Vietnam, you have Mekong River, which is one of the biggest rivers giving sweet water. And of course, all the, including where Jim is, the Malaysia, Thailand, and Irrawaddy in Myanmar. So, in all places, there is sweet water and the salt water kind of a, heft that the Chinese are showing. We in India are worried about what they're going to do on the dams in the rivers flowing from Tibet into Brahmaputra. So the one has to sort of take into account this dragon in all our calculations. So I do find that, in this particular dialogue today, we will be having a wonderful discussion and question answers. By the way, while we talk, China becomes the biggest trading partner across the world. Regardless of COVID and the supply chain problems, US imports maximum from China. India, second trading partner. Vietnam, first trading partner. Entire Southeast Asia, first trading partner. And likewise, you find that they have a tremendous amount of trade imbalance, but then there are domestic problems, which of course were referred to by Dr. Jaydev Ranade and others earlier. There is one issue which happened yesterday. Honduras was the 14th country to have had diplomatic relations with Taiwan, and they broke relations with Taiwan yesterday. And yesterday, as Ranade mentioned, we had the past president of Taiwan visiting Shanghai. First time after Kuomintang was formed. So that is after 49, a first visit. And that goes to show the kind of influence operations that China is launching. As you know, Xi Jinping mentioned that he wants to have academic and social contacts with Taiwan. And I think this is one of the ways that he's going to do it, because the ex-president is going to be talking to students. And as mentioned in the question answers, where Dr. Ajit Ranade asked about whether the Taiwanese people want a war. And I think there is certainly an issue of looming large as to if Taiwan is going to become another Ukraine. So are Americans ready to put the boots on the ground? Are the Americans going to give only weapons? Americans are going to wet their feet in the southeast, in the sea? All these questions need to be asked, answered, and maybe we can come to some sort of a logical conclusion in this session. With this, I hand over to Dr. Do Thon Hai for his comments. Thank you.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. Just a small little announcement before we begin with the. Okay, yeah. Okay, we continue with Dr. Deothanhai.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Marshal Buchan, if I pronounced your name correctly. And actually, it's a very privilege for me to become a panelist in that discussion. And I think that is a very important topic. For that, I would like to thank you, the Center for China Analysis and Studies, Department for Defense and Strategic Studies, SPPU, and especially Mr. Jandave Narade and Ramata for inviting me to speak on this. And I'm currently working associated with Embassy of Vietnam, India, but I would like to today to speak on my own as a scholar and a researcher, what I have been for a couple of decades, follow what happened in the South China Sea. And it's also that the focus of my presentation. Before going on into detail, could I know how much time that I have been given to speak on this?
12 to 15 minutes, sir.
15 minutes, yes. I will try to set the clock so that we can we'll meet that time requirement. So basically, I have about 6 points to be exact. So I would like first to put the South China Sea dispute in perspective. And I have to remind that maybe in 2000s, when I start working on the topic, and everyone talking about the peaceful rise of China, and then later we talk about the peaceful development. And I think that at that time, when I discussed with all the scholars and politicians on that matter, nobody believed that any kind of conflict and maybe war could happen in that area, although the South China Sea had been a flashpoint for decades. But I think since 2009, I think the narrative changed, and we see the more of the words assertive, coercive. And I think that for the period 28 and 29, 27 and 29, so the Vietnamese are the first country to burn the blunt of the assertiveness, and thus it become the South China Sea become a test case for the thesis of China peaceful rise or maybe peaceful development. So a number of questions going to inside come to mind. Now I think we already have more than 1 or 2 decades to observe the rise of China. The key questions still are what is the China intents or the objective in the South China Sea? What is its approach or maybe its strategies, and what are the impact on the broader regions? And I think the questions are very important because, from what we observe from the South China Sea, also subsequently we happen in other part of the regions, especially in the East China Sea or also maybe in the Himalayas, when we see different type of pattern of behavior will be continuous or maybe or duplicate one way or another. So I think the study of South China Sea and how it subsequently evolved very important for us to understand. Because it's one, the rising of power but also its pattern of behavior and how it subsequently impact the border regions. Now, for the first question regarding to the intent and objectives, I can be very quick. Of course, we see many types of interest, objective from the Chinese side. Of course, there would be the territorize the land, the insular features in the middle of the sea, and which we believe that is not much value in terms of the land. But of course, it's a side of the territories. Of course, also the people assert that the China want resources, especially the fish on hydrocarbon resources in the continental shelves of many countries in the regions. There's also the idea that the China will seek the sea control, especially to monopolize the control over the strategic waterway that carry about 30% of the global trade go through that region. And I think that is where subsequently that kind of strategic control will lead to the enhance the influence of China's on that operations. But I think that all that objectives or maybe the interest is not enough to explain the situation. China's have maybe more larger ambitions, especially not only it want to assert the dominations over the region, it means that it seek the submissions of the neighboring country. But I think that that even not enough. What China maybe aims trying to change the rules. Now, I don't want to mention about the rules based on the other thing that the cliche, but of course we have some set of rules, but the China want to change it. So it's not about the changing statehood codes on the at the sea, as many people mentioned, but definitely what the people in the strategic circle in Beijing may think that, I mean, finally that the rules have been changed. So we set up rules, the UNCLOS that we consider at the constitution of the sea, the China changed it. But also I think that there are the rules as well regarding to how the country and state behavior. Now, how the China do it and how China achieve that objective in the South China Sea. Now, I think we have to make it right, because if we don't understand how it worked out, it's very difficult for us to respond it rightly, or maybe to depict other country to respond to that. And somehow that we don't know how that we lose the ground. But for my research, so some kind of keywords have propped up, of course, especially that gray zone, that mean that China will mean the threshold between war and peace. And also we have come up with some idea that the hybrid warfare, because it involves in many elements of the powers, not only the military, but also economic and also civilians. We also frequently heard about three warfares: the information warfare, legal warfare, and psychological warfare, which is also played out in the region. Of course, also that we talk about the possible use of force to achieve that one. But I think from my perspective, from my own research, I did write a good paper on that, so I would like to recommend to that. But I would try to, of course, sorry to become a little bit academic on that. Of course, we can talk about the balance of power and balance of threat. But I think that two concept of power and threat would not depict rightly what happened in the South China Sea. But I think it better we use the concept of risk. The risk is combinations of possibility and consequences. And that the game that China play in the region is not, use the threat or power, but I think to leveraging on the claimant state, but also other external powers who may have the rise in the region. How that it worked out, I mean, the risk, a combination between the possibility and also consequences. And when the risk of war, the risk of breaking down of relations, the risk for, involved in something in the intense great power competition. So what the rich China posed to other countries is first thing first, the China posed very expensive claims that not in line with international law, manifest in the 9-9 that many people, infamous 9-9, many people know, about 90%. Of course, that have no ground in and in international law. Of course, also China claims to the insular features in the region. The spratly enterprises are relatively weak vis-a-vis those of Vietnam and other countries. But anyway, that China puts up very big claims over there. The second one, of course, that claim is not in line with UNCLOS, with the rules that we are many other countries place. So how that they push for the claims? So they not only use the military deterrence, but also to use a set of Coast Guard and maritime militia, that is civilian forces, to impose, to flood the ground and to maintain presence, and also to pushing the envelopes. Of course, many people just think about the Coast Guard and maritime militia, but of course, you know that the military deterrence, the big warship is at the core of the intimidating other countries. To support, that kind of operation on the ground, China also utilized three warfares. That's the psychological warfare, that the legal warfare, and also information warfare. First one, to influence, to shape the public opinion on that, also to change, to put their legal narrative in the region in own way. What happened in the play out the region, we also see some element of economic warfare in place, that China, use independence or maybe dependence of other countries to forces. And also, we see the political and diplomatic tools employed, of course, in various bilateral negotiations, and also for the negotiations on the code of conduct in the region. So I think that in a snapshot, China pushing the envelope in own funds. So it's not just about the on the ground, but also in the political, in diplomatic, in economic, and also in the legal front as well. So it goes to the third point, and how that affects the other country in the region. Of course, I would classify into three groups. So the first one, the direct involved, are the claimants, because they're facing the hard choice. If you defending your rights seriously, of course, you are in the risk of direct confrontation with the Chinese. And of course, it's very hard to confront the big Coast Guard and huge number of maritime militia ships in the region without resorting to force. But if you resorting to force, you are facing the risk of escalating. And of course, whether you consider your small neighbor, small side of the equation, you try to defend your rights, or you have to be coerced on that. That is very difficult, but I think that so far that as a country try to push up, no one to willing to give up their rights. But of course, it try to one doing different way to manage the rich, to work with the rich in a very appropriate way. And I think the second one is whether it affects, the regional grouping, especially ASEAN, but many blame on ASEAN not working enough on that. But of course, ASEAN in design is not to counter the big power politics. It tries to work out way to preserve peace. But of course, for the minors, for the thing that is about the rules, and also don't play out in the region, it's very hard for the smaller grouping to be to work under that kind of pressure. But I think that so far ASEAN managed to work with the basic, very low common denominator in terms of peace and stability. But in terms of when we're going to using the code of conduct, there's also big risks that it can be divided, and of course it's not can force the common voice on the critical issue with regarding to what happened on the ground, and also how the rules should be played. And I think the third group of countries, especially the other powers who have the rights in the region, is under the also great risk to be boxed out in the region, because that China's try to impose, try to put into kind of rules that the claimants of a regional country not involve other power in the region, either in hydrocarbon exploration, and also the military activities. And I think that is, I think other countries try to exert their rules, but if they don't pay subsequently sufficient attention to the rights and entitlements of coastal states, especially other claimants, So they basically leave out the claimants and coastal state at the risk of being coerced by China, because subsequently the interest, I mean, other countries have to weigh the interest, whether they have to work on that. But after all, the end of the day, the international rules-based order, but the existing one is the interest of everyone. So other countries, they should, especially big power with the big responsibility, should avoid the concerns and also to avoid against any kind of unlawful claimants and maybe also illegitimate activities, and work together with each other to maintain it. Otherwise, it's very difficult for what we're working on. So basically that my 3 or 4 observations on what happened in the South China Sea. And I think the South China Sea have broader implication for the region. And of course, from that, I mean, we see some better behavior will be encouraged, or maybe to have, they see that how it worked now and apply in other region also. So we have the problem, and it's better to work out collectively and in the way that it could be helpful to maintain a peace and stability, but also the rules we have. Otherwise, it will be the region will be plunged in the chaos. Thank you very much. And I open to any questions of that.
Thank you, Dr. Thon Hai. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Dr. Khare, may I request you to please, if you could please coordinate the question and answers.
Yeah. There are a few questions.
Yep.
Hello. There are a
Yes.
few questions. Professor Srikant Paranchu wants a question. Please, sir, you come here. Yeah.
This is a quick question about South China Sea. Am I correct, is my understanding correct, that ASEAN would like to negotiate with China on South China Sea as ASEAN as a group, but China would like to negotiate with countries which are essentially littoral countries of ASEAN of South China Sea individually, bilaterally, rather than negotiate as a group? Is this understanding correct?
That's one. Should I answer it? Or waiting for a couple of questions?
Yeah.
Current question. Any other question from audience? Because is living.
So,
Okay.
if I may ask
go
a
on,
question,
sir.
as a chairman, you are trying to rebalance your relations with China, as we can see. What exactly are your concerns about the, not joining maybe the, the Quad or AUKUS or whatever else that the US would like to have in this region?
Yeah. So I think, thank you. That very two important questions that posed to me. I think the first thing first about the ASEAN, how China to deal with what China prefer, and also insist for quite a while the bilateral engagement and negotiations to settle. Of course, we all understand, with bilateral relation, and if you are the smaller power in the equation, because it's very hard to resist, the political power. But of course, subsequently from in the middle of 1990s, China also accept, ASEAN with some role in managing the dispute, if not resolving, right? So of course, China discussed with ASEAN to set up with the aim to establish the code of conduct. And finally, they got the declaration of conduct. Of course, with the ASEAN, so there are two maybe formats. The first one with ASEAN versus China. And the second one is 1 versus 1. But the second model is 11 countries negotiating with each other. So basically with the format now, I think that with the way to see it's usually we see that 11 countries to negotiate each other for the rules by order, for the rules in the South China Sea or somehow. So rest the risks that the outsider will be left out of the negotiating tables. And that if they agree on some rules that it's not in line with what India or the US say that the rights of the third country. So that would be issue. So don't encourage India and other country to articulate what you want and what is the rules that other countries should adhere and to be specific. But whether the nice deadline is wrong, whether other thing is wrong. So I think that basically that stating their rights and their position, that also helping the negotiation within this grouping with China to take into account of the opinions and the articulations of other countries as well. So the South China Sea, as we see, is not any sea belong to any one country, but I mean it's the global commons, and everyone have to comply with the rules that already agreed upon. And the second one with the Quad and AUKUS and Vietnam position to that, Vietnam articulated many times is for no policy. The first one is no military alliance with other country. The second one is no foreign military bases on Vietnam. The third one is no going one country against others. The third one, no first use of force. And I think that is based on formulated based on our history and our experience with the world. The country has experienced many wars in the past. And we believe that kind of military alliance won't help. So we generally want to build and consolidate peace and stability in the region based on rules. So that's the reason why we continue the construct engagement with all the stakeholders in the region and how to work out the way to secure peace, but still, to preserve our rights, especially the rights and entitlements of the claimants and also the other country in the region. Yes.
Thank you. That was very nice. Any other question before the Honorable Dr. Thai Hai leaves? Thank you, sir. You could disconnect if you wish and take on your next engagement. Thank you on behalf of the organizers.
Thank you very much, and sorry very much. My apology for leaving early, because I have next engagement into, and I hope that can keep on exchange on that. And
okay, a round of applause for him. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Jim Wilson, who's at the moment in Kuala Lumpur in the US Embassy, a China expert. And of course, on Taiwan, he has a lot of issues. But before he begins I just want to throw in a couple of questions about, the Chinese are, as Ambassador Mabawale said, are just trying to, and even Jaidev Rane talked about aping US in every possible way to try and get to that goal of 2049 to be equal or if not surpass US as the world #1. And that's their strategy, from Pax America to Pax Seneca. So that is one part. Second is about, our, as India is a partner in the Quad, but Quad somehow is not moving really much. We don't really see much of traction. But however, Chinese are worried that India joined Quad. And of course, they worry about AUKUS, which is a very Anglo-Saxon unit which has happened. So may I now request you to take 15 minutes to explain your position.
Sure, absolutely. And thank you so much, sir, for that great introduction. It's really great to be here with you all today, and also to Dr. Thang Hai for his excellent comments. It was very interesting. So yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity today. My name is Jim Wilson. I cover regional China issues at the U.S. Embassy in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I work with our embassies and with U.S. embassies and consulates in the 6 countries of maritime Southeast Asia. That is to say, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, Timor-Leste, and Brunei, on the full spectrum of PRC investment and influence in Southeast Asia. While India is not my usual area of responsibility, I'm still very honored to join you all today, and I would like to pass on the regards of my colleague Dan Glosser, who covers the same issue set that I do, but based out of the U.S. Embassy in New Delhi, and who many of you may know already. As for our discussion today, first of all, congratulations on a fantastic conference. Any of the topics on the agenda, from China's strategic objectives, South China Sea, influence operations, these are all things we could spend days discussing. And sir, to your question about China's broader strategic objectives and where we see China moving, I think that dovetails very closely with sort of the notes that I prepared. As I found myself preparing for today's session, I thought it might be useful to spend just a few seconds talking about some of the trends in PRC's domestic governance that we see as underlying or driving its more assertive stance abroad, and that form some of the connective tissue between that assertiveness on a whole range of issues external to China. The first trend I think that we would highlight is the growing prominence of nationalism within the PRC system over the last 10 years. Under Xi Jinping's tenure, not only has the PRC's economic and military buildup given it the capacity to be more forward-leaning and assertive abroad, the growing emphasis domestically within the PRC, both in terms of public messaging and also in terms of kind of government communications and party communications, it really is on achieving what they term as the great rejuvenation of the Chinese people, 中华民族的伟大复兴, which is a key aspect of Xi's broader agenda that would have the PRC taking more concrete steps to realize its external ambitions on a whole range of issues. Another trend, which I do think it's important to highlight, is the growing sublimation of what we would consider as the governing institutions of China to party institutions and to the direct control of the Chinese Communist Party. While it's never been in doubt that in the party state, the CCP is ultimately in charge, a key aspect of the Deng Xiaoping reforms, post-reform and opening, late 1970s, 1978, was this idea of 党政分开, or separation of the party and the government. This model was explicitly intended to help prevent the over-consolidation of power and ensure that technocratic decision-making on key areas like management of the economy or pandemic prevention, or in many cases foreign affairs, that these things would prevail over what one might term as broader political concerns. The reassertion of control over day-to-day government functions that we've seen has been happening at pace throughout Xi's term. One example which stands out to me, which is specific but I think is illustrative, was the 2018 overhaul of supervisory bodies within the PRC system that had functions over anti-corruption and good governance. In 2018 in particular, there was a merger between the previous government Ministry of Supervision, which oversaw the conduct and conducted oversight over ministries, with the party's Central Discipline and Inspection Commission, which maintained discipline for CCP members, into a new body called the National Supervisory Commission, which is equal on paper to the PRC Supreme Court, but blends previously separate party and government functions together. This is a very clear, I think, illustration of the kind of merging that we've seen of party and leadership priorities with government functions. And, this trend has been true throughout Xi's tenure, but it does seem to have accelerated since last October's 20th Party Congress. Another quick example that I'll cite, which I think is quite interesting, is the conclusion, after last week's conclusion of the annual high-level 2 meetings policy-making sessions, the Liang Hui. The PRC announced changes to the rules governing its state council, which is the executive body of the National People's Congress that oversees central government ministries as well as provincial governments. Under the revised rules, party control over what is nominally the highest governing institution in the PRC that's supposed to be separate. We see a significant change to what is supposed to be nominally a parallel government structure to the party structure. And finally, as a third trend, I'll touch on briefly on something which I think many of you will be familiar with already, but does bear emphasizing, the consolidation of Xi's political authority within the party, the gradual erosion of this collective leadership model of party governance, which was a hallmark of the reform and opening era, and which was specifically intended to avoid the emergence of a single leader who could dominate the system. Last year's 20th Party Congress last October was very illustrative in that regard. Xi Jinping succeeded in his bid to secure a precedent-breaking third term in office and removed supposed factional balance at the highest levels of PRC leadership, sidelining individuals who were widely considered to represent different constituencies and elevating his own loyalists. She also allowed select individuals to remain in their positions past customary retirement age norms, including now State Councilor and recent Foreign Minister Wang Yi, whom I'm sure many of you will have been observing very closely for a number of years, as well as the Central Military Commission Vice Chairman Zhang Youxia, in large part due to their close association with Xi. Taken together, we see these trends as representing over time a significant shift towards more ideological governance, which emphasizes the PRC's patriotic prerogatives abroad and has removed some of the institutional guardrails towards one-man rule. They represent significant shifts in the PRC system, which will, we believe, allow for more assertive external behavior across a whole range of issues, behavior which forms the basis, I think, of many of the discussions today on more specific issues. I'll stop there with the internal analysis of the PRC, but I think, on any number of issues in which the PRC now is more assertive, and as the previous speaker, Dr. Tang Hai, elaborated so well, the PRC really is pushing to change the existing rules of the road on things that have been largely agreed upon. I think it's within that context that coordination among like-minded groups or among groups like the Quad is really essential. We see this. We see the Quad not as being explicitly linked at containing China. Of course, we don't seek to contain any single country, but we do see the Quad's vision for the region where there's a rules-based order that is upheld, where principles of freedom, rule of law, democratic values, peaceful settlement of disputes, sovereignty, that these things are respected. And we see the constituent members of the Quad, India, of course, but also Japan and Australia, as being uniquely able and positioned in terms of capability to help maintain that free, open, inclusive Indo-Pacific. So, I think contextualizing domestic changes in PRC is very important. I will say, just anecdotally, in my discussions here in Southeast Asia, there are many, many people who are looking at China's external behavior on a whole range of issues, but I think that there are not as many people looking at the domestic drivers of PRC's behavior. I think it bears in mind some of the internal incentives within the PRC that are driving kind of its sort of actions on South China Sea, cross straits, and others. So with that, I'll stop there. Happy to answer more specific questions, but hopefully that was useful. Every time I get thinking about more specific, complicated issues among what PRC would consider its core issue set of key issues implicating what it considers its sovereignty, I think it's worth remembering kind of the internal incentive structure there. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim. We'll have the question answers at the end of all the speakers. Is that right? Please stay on.
Great.
The next speaker is Dr. Roger Chi-Feng Liu from Taiwan. Although he's presently in Pune and on the stage there, he's at the Flame University, a very renowned professor of stature, and he's also been in India for long now. So before he starts, I just have one question. While your ex-president visited China and Shanghai yesterday, the current president is also visiting USA, and she is not very happy with this particular visit that has happened, because she has taken the clue from Hong Kong, where the Chinese are talking about reunification in this way of one nation, two systems, but she knows that it has not happened so in Hong Kong. So you think that is that the way that the Taiwan would continue to look at? And also about your relations with USA, whether they will really put their foot on the ground, or will just say, like Ukraine, keep giving you lots of arms and ammunition?
Thank you, Chair. Should I answer the question first, or?
No, it could be part of your...
All right. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Ranade and Namrata for inviting me here along with the CCS. And I'm happy to see Professor Khare of DDSS. And I haven't come back here for a while. I hope in the future I will have more opportunity to interact. And Ambassador Bambavale, also I would like to extend the thanks and gratitude to him. And it's very nice to see old friends and new friends here. And along with my students, I brought 5 people coming. well, I have shared some of the things in the. I'm currently teaching understanding politics of China, so I have to repeat some things that we have discussed before here. I hope you don't find it very boring here. First of all, Taiwan. People are caring about Taiwan, and what will happen in Taiwan for the following few years or months will actually is the focus of. It has attracted attention from different parts of the world, and people are making guesses. So as a national who had family and friends residing in Taiwan now, well, it will inevitably, create some bias of my evaluation. And well, of course, I hope there will be no war happening in Taiwan, because that will be a disaster for my friends and families, the closest people. But what will happen in Taiwan? According to the military intelligence or the high-level US officers, they believe that during the year of 2024 or 2025, it's more likely that an opportunity window of war will be open for the war in Taiwan across the Taiwan Strait. But I would like to make my guess, which can be biased, that I would like to talk about here put here in the first place. I think military options or the military ways or means will only be put as a supporting mechanism from the Chinese side. I have written an article for China Report published by ICS in Delhi, in which I laid out 4 different ways that China has been using to tackle Taiwan, the CCP's Taiwan policy. There are 4 parts: the carrot, the stick, the net, and the needle. The carrots are promised benefit or attraction based on positive values offered by the Chinese side. The stick are military actions or threat, blockades and coercive policies, international politics, etc. The net refers to the relation network and the united front work, or to develop local collaborators from the Chinese side, while the needle is infiltration, sabotage, and disinformation warfare. And I would like to say that, well, based on my biased evaluation, for the following years to come, needle will be in the center of the Chinese policy towards Taiwan, supported by the net and carrots, while the stick will be the last option. Well, we're talking about Taiwan here, and like Ambassador Bambawule had mentioned, well, China is replicating everything good in the US, try to create an image that they're going to take over US as #1 in the world. And the netizens of China like to joke about that the POA is the biggest fan of the US armed forces. They are almost copying everything from the US forces. But now I would like to refer a little bit back to Sun Tzu and the art of war, right? Well, this is out of dated reference to that, because there was, if you remember, for the past few decades, there has been an obsession from the US part especially, the old China hands. They like to refer to Sun Tzu, to attribute everything of the Chinese military or strategic thinking back to Sun Tzu. But it's not like that. But, well, the old wisdom also still makes some sense for now. Sun Tzu has referred to the attack of, or how should I say that? The reference of the military goals. So therefore, 4 stages. He said the highest form of generalship is to balk the enemy's plans. Right? If we modernize it, well, the best way to take Taiwan will be with great strategies among great powers, or even through the united front work. Let the fortress to crumble inside. That will be the best strategy. And the next best is to prevent the junction of enemy's forces, or to put in a modern sense, through diplomacy and alliances, well, China will be able to divert and reduce the power of its enemies' allies on the other side, like Quad or other things. And the third is to attack enemy's army in the field, right? So that's a third option. And the worst policy is to besiege the walled cities, which is to take over Taiwan directly by force, all right? And according to Sun Tzu, the rule is not to besiege walled cities if it can be possibly avoided. Right, so that's the last option that China will use. Well, if we modernize it, it makes much sense. First, the cost of war is still high in modern warfare, right? It's not easy, it's never been easy to take over an island by force, even for now, right? And for China's international image to be a belligerent guy among the three new Axis power is not a good thing to do for Xi Jinping. While his best buddies, Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un has been belligerent for all the time, right? So the best strategy is for China to place the role as a peacemaker. And the last thing is from the inside. Xi Jinping has, his biggest concern is his own political security, or he likes to refer to as the worst scenario mindset, 底线思维, all right? So war will be uncontrollable. If he tried to resort to war, I think that will be the last resort that he was forced to do it. So that is to say, if he has other choices, I don't think he will be opting for war. There are many things that China can use. The United Front Warfare or UFW is one. And China tried to divert Taiwan through political means from the inside. Like Chair has mentioned, currently the former President Ma Ying-jeou now he's visiting China, all right? And this can be viewed as part of the UFW launched by the CCP. If you're interested, you can check the details of Ma Ying-jeou's schedule, where he is visiting, and what each location means. Well, he will be visiting the tomb of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the founder of the ROC, or Republic of China, right? And then he will be visiting the memorial of the Nanjing Massacre, which took place December the 12th of 1937, right? And then he will be going back to his hometown where his father was actually from, Xiangtan, Hunan, all right? And Hunan is also the cradle of almost all the important revolutionary leaders in CCP, including Mao, right? And then he will be going to Chongqing, which is used as the second capital, fighting against the Japanese. The KMT government was forced to relocate to Chongqing to escape the bombardment of the Japanese not air forces, but the army navigation, all right? And then he will be going to the Central Party School, now becomes National Zhengzhi University in Taiwan. And National Zhengzhi University was long viewed as the party school of the KMT. And finally, he will be going to major universities to talk with the younger generation of China, all right? So if we put it all together, what CCP has been trying to do is to form a united front with KMT, their old-time enemy, all right? To revive the historical memories with their old enemies, to create a united front against the DPP, which is in the government for now. Why are they doing that? Because they want to influence the result of the coming elections, right? Taiwan is going to have a presidential election in Jan 2024. And according to the pendulum pattern that has taken place for the past few decades, KMT will be in power for 8 years, followed by DPP 8 years, KMT 8 years, and DPP 8 years. Now we are at the end of DPP's 8 years. So if you want to make the best bet, KMT is going to come back to power. What they need is the image of their capability to deal with CCP to maintain the cross-strait peace. And this is what CCP is doing and offering to their old-time enemy, KMT, wishing them to win the next election so that they will have some political leverage to do for the future. And who is going to run in for KMT? Well, Hou Youyi, the current mayor of the New Taipei City, is one. But what people fears the most is Terry Guo, the founder of Foxconn. All right, he is the best shot that will win, representing the KMT. And CCP, well, inevitably, well, needless to say, have a lot of business leverage to him, right? So if they can influence Taiwan via political or gray zone tactics or strategies, why they are using military options? So I would say that military option is like the supporting role that plays a very important element inside of the total needle strategy of everything. Now CCP, or the Chinese Communist Party, has infiltrated in different aspects or part of the Taiwanese societies. Not only political parties, they even reach out to the DPP or the Penguin supporters, the supporters of the Taiwan independence. They try to produce some of the benefit through the agricultural market to those farmers who supported DPP for a long time, all right? They reach out to the religious organizations, which plays a very important role in political mobilization in Taiwan, and try to get hold of them. They reach out to the youth by, with promises of bigger market, entrepreneurship, and all the support if you want to have your own company. And finally, they reach out to the media, trying to provide the growing image of China to those news organizations. So CCP is everywhere, all right? Using with their UFW, they are so far has been successfully control some part of the Taiwanese society, all right? So in this situation, I don't think they are eyeing for military operations for now. But there are still possibilities, like one of the panelists, I remember it's Mr. Rana that has mentioned that most likely if CCP or the POA is going to launch military operations on the territories of the ROC or Taiwan, two places are most likely. The first is the Pratas Islands in the northern part of South China Sea. The second is Ituaba Island in the Spratly Islands, all right? Ituaba Island is very far away from Taiwan. It takes like 3 to 4 hours to reach by air. So it's hard to defend. But Pratas Islands is between Taiwan, POA it will be easy for POA to cut it through, to cut the supplies between Taiwan's support towards the Pratas Islands. And that place is not very close to, it's not in the center of the South China Sea. So if POA is going to attack Pratas Islands, that will be easier. First, they will send out a signal to the Taiwanese government that we are able to take part of your territory. Secondly, they can do it, they can send out the signals to other audiences, including ASEAN countries, or the possible potential US allies like the Philippines, that the US, if they want to come to rescue, it will not happen, or it will happen in a very difficult way. So what will India do in this scenario? I will say that there are several things that I would like to mention. First, I think India should enhance its involvement among ASEAN countries. That is very important. We have been active, we had been active for the past few decades. I remember I had a conversation with the ASEAN country, the diplomat. He told me that they had high hopes, wishing India to evolve more into ASEAN affairs. But after 2015, they kind of gave up this idea because of the growing China, because of the withdrawal of the US, and because of India's, reluctance, or you can put any word for that. So we kind of course, we have our own strategies to reach out to ASEAN countries. For example, we have been step up our relations with Vietnam for the past few years. I think this is something that we have to continue. But we have to notice now, especially from the past year, Vietnam has improved its inter-party relations with China. What I heard is that Xi Jinping has sent a group of team or people from the party center of CCP to the party center of CPV, the Communist Party of Vietnam, to help them tackle corruption issues. So they are working together. If you read the news, you will find that the previous, there is a revolve there's a revolve in the higher level of the Vietnamese government. So that actually is the result of the closer working between the two communist parties. The last thing that I would like to put here is that I will go through the points very quickly. But I think India should be more visible by entering and presenting itself in the area, including the Taiwan Strait and South China Sea. Well, this has been referred by the Vijay in one of his remarks before, because the South China Sea and Taiwan Strait has very important business interest for India. So India should make the legitimate claim. And the last thing is that I think India should step up its collaboration with Taiwan. Well, we don't have to reach out to sensitive military areas, but we should focus on scientific research, including oceanography, fishery, and marine biology. India should be presenting itself in South China Sea and in Taiwan Strait in the name of scientific research. This is totally legitimate, and this is totally doable. And this will offer us a place to go if there is a war taking place between Taiwan and China and all the other countries. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. That was very, very articulated position of Taiwan and very nicely covered. Thank you very much. And now I request Dr. Arvind Kumar to please take about 5 minutes to reflect on the speakers or your own views.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also thank Mr. Arade and Professor Khare for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. We have had excellent presentation on some of these very contentious issues, that is South China Sea and Taiwan. I would like to reflect some of these, largely in the context of emerging challenges which China has been overthrowing to the rest of the world. The strategic importance of South China Sea, as was highlighted, really lies in the fact that it is a connecting link between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. And that perhaps speaks volume about why China has been behaving the way they have been behaving. They would like to have a strong hold on South China Sea. Their claims, obviously, are not legally correct, but the way they really have been showing the sign of transitioning from being assertiveness to aggressiveness in South China Sea is disturbing. And how is that could really be, in fact, creating a lot of challenges for the other countries in that part of the world. As you know that through South China Sea, China has got penetrated into Indian Ocean region, and that perhaps is again one a sign of worry for India in particular. And many other issues, obviously, with regard to the global trade, because the 2/3 of global trade passes through this particular South China Sea. And more importantly, the protection and the security of the sea lines of communication, stretching from the states of Malacca to the states of Hormuz, that also is a part of responsibility. So I think South China Sea is obviously is a dispute which China does not believe in, and has been trying to mobilize international public opinion in their favor. More importantly, those nations which have been a part of claimant, such as Vietnam, which is a dominant claimant in South China Sea. Other countries really somehow, China has been able to convince them, but it's not in consonance with the larger global peace and stability requirement. One aspect which really had come from Professor Pranjape, that whether ASEAN can come up with a solution to this South China Sea. I think it is very easy for China to negotiate with ASEAN on South China Sea, but that again will not be viable, especially in the context of the assertion which Vietnam has been making in particular. Philippines, for that matter, obviously to a larger extent, has been in line with the larger argument which China has been making, but that obviously is something which remains a part of the challenge. The debate which really happened in the morning, especially that how the global order has been under transition from Pax Americana to Pax Sinica, I think is very valid in terms of understanding China's behavioral pattern, where China is heading to. In fact, the day China planned that they would like to own their own independent strategic program, I think Mao was very tough in terms of telling the members of Politburo way back in 1955, China cannot afford to get bullied by either of the power blocks. And that perhaps was the beginning of their strategic program. And they gave the reason and the rationale. And two of the major geopolitical rationale which they gave, one was the Korean War and second was the Taiwan Straits crisis. And Taiwan Straits crisis has still remained very dominant in all the discourses in geopolitics when we try to understand and infer what could really happen in Taiwan Straits. So I think one thing which obviously has made it very clear that China obviously will keep maneuvering militarily, despite the fact that there are a lot of assertions which are being made with regard to reunification and all, that obviously is something which is a far distant reality, because the threat of the US again will be, in fact, impeding China's realization of obviously invading Taiwan, because that perhaps is preventing China from invading Taiwan. So I think that is something which will keep happening. But in the same context, geopolitical context, China in the meantime, what they will do is that they will keep evolving themselves as a strategic power, and that could obviously give them certain confidence. But more importantly, I think one thing we have to realize in the current context, that the nature of warfare will keep changing. It's not that the physical warfare is going to be a reality in geopolitics, and that nature of warfare is going to be totally different. And in that context, I think most of the things which we are talking about with regard to China's force posturing, their power trajectory, their force deployment, many of the aspects which they are doing is just to create a deterrent against the United States, and obviously that is going to work in terms of creating certain balance in the region. Because China has deployed, I don't know, since, if I remember, that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit in August 2022, I think a lot of changes have occurred in terms of the way China has been unfolding its strategic maneuvering in Taiwan. And that is something is getting reflected, because a lot of these military exercises that got augmented, again, missile launches which are happening, which is again a constant phenomenon, and obviously the increase in the number of their nuclear warhead. To a larger extent, many of the things which is again coming up as a part of understanding is largely from the Western and the US source. But obviously one has to take it seriously in terms of their overall growing role in Taiwan particularly. So maybe I'll stop it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marshal Soman, may I request you to also please make your remarks?
Air Marshal Gokhale, esteemed panelists today for this session. I think before I flag some points, I must comment on the predicament that the US faces in this particular topic that we have chosen, which is the South China Sea crisis and Taiwan. So as far as the US is concerned, I think they get involved in both. As far as South China Sea is concerned, they have to play the role of an offshore balancer, where they need to sort of sustain the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the littoral states. And when it comes to Taiwan, they actually have to play the role of a defender. So having said that, I think I'll just very briefly comment on the DNA characteristics that have emerged over the sessions. What are the aims of the Chinese and how are they going about it? So first and foremost, I think there should be no doubt as far as the DNA is concerned that the Chinese have this middle kingdom kind of attitude where they expect deference from everyone. Second is, as per the the board game that the Chinese play, the Weiqi, which involves territorial kind of possession and capture, the Chinese are giving in to seeking territorial advantage whenever they get a chance. And the third is resort to punitive action as and when the countries do not defer to them. Now, having said that, I think the aim of China has come out very clearly is to replace the United States as the most dominant global power. And we continue to talk about China's rise. I think China's rise has already taken place. What we should be discussing as to where are they going to be going and how do we handle it. Now, Chinese have, their rise is very, very clear. They gained the economic clout during Deng's time in those 2-3 decades. They converted that into military muscle. From the military muscle, they wanted to play the role of a hegemon, which they are at this point of stage. And from here on, once they become the hegemon, now they want to extend their influence into the other parts of the globe, entrench themselves as a global kind of a superpower, and then start to rewrite the rules of the world order. It's not that they're not writing their own rules. They're already writing the rules. Any amount of examples, in the South China Sea. Also in our case, they've introduced this new border law, So they are writing their own rules. But just please remember, when they start to write the rules for the world, what is going to happen? In that case, it will be that the strong will do what they can and the weak will suffer what they must. Okay, very quickly coming to South China Sea, what's the importance of this? First and foremost, this 9-dash line, which was drawn by the KMT sometime in 1947, the Chinese want to claim territory over, a position of this entire area, And so there are certain problems that come up in terms of overlapping claims with 6 countries. Now, why is China so interested in the South China Sea? The reasons are obvious. They want to secure the near seas in terms of the South China Sea first and then the East China Sea. And what do they get? They get territorial gains. They get to exploit the resources. They control the strategic waterways that are there. And most important, what has been missed out is forward defense, where they get a certain amount of strategic depth. Now, even when you're talking in terms of South China, you can imagine Hainan Island, which is southeast of China, but they have got a big submarine base. Obviously, they want to have some kind of a strategic depth for the defense of this particular island. If that not be so, you can imagine, foreign ships coming and sitting about 15 or 20 kilometers away from the coast as per the UNCLOS. Similarly, in East China Sea, the Senkaku Islands, they actually help the Americans to keep a track of the Chinese flotillas that move from East China Sea into the Western Pacific. Because you have that Mikoya Straits, which has a swath of about 250 kilometers. But if the Chinese do not have any control over Senkaku, then the problem comes up, they go undetected, right? Now, how have the Chinese actually, what have the Chinese actually been doing in South China Sea? They've kept the conflict, I wouldn't say conflict, their engagements and violent actions below the armed conflict level, where they avoid the risk of escalation. So what is the problem? The problem is that the Western countries, including the US, have no answers in terms of how to address this particular threat with conventional issues. Now, I'm not too sure. I just read somewhere, as per the National Defense Authorization Act of the US, I believe under Article 1221, they can stand up, they can establish, train, develop, and create certain forces, which are akin to the maritime militias, what we are talking about. Because the Chinese have a very set model. They don't engage their conventional forces into any kind of engagement. It starts off with the fishermen, thereafter backed by the maritime militias, and as a backstop, they have the Coast Guard as well as the the Chinese Navy. So perhaps some kind of an answer will have to be found to that. Now, quickly switching to Taiwan, because I really don't have time. But something that was discussed was what is the likelihood of war, and I think Roger very correctly said that stick is going to be the last option, and I quite agree with him. But when will that stick come is the question, because actually what is happening is, as far as China and US are concerned, both are waiting for the other side to decline. The Americans are waiting for the Chinese to decline, their power to decline, so that, this trouble gets over. But unfortunately, that is not happening. And as far as the Chinese are concerned, they feel, over a period of time, the American power is going to decline. And then perhaps the Americans will not have any stomach to come to the defense of Taiwan. And then the Taiwanese themselves will make their choices and cut arrangements with the mainland China. So that is the issue at hand. And secondly, when you talked about public kind of opinion, you have two political parties, the KMT as well as the DPP. The KMT was more pro towards reunification, and the DPP was more closer towards some form of separation or independence. Both have burned their fingers, and today the KMT doesn't talk in terms of reunification, neither does the DPP talk in terms of independence. And this has actually happened in the ballot box. So both these words, reunification as well as the freedom, have actually become ballot box poisons. So everyone wants to stay away from it. They just want the status quo. They're quite happy with the fact that Taiwan is a de jure self-governing entity. The Americans are also happy with it, as long as there is no trouble. So all in all, I feel that all sides actually are interested in status quo, and so with those, I think, remarks, I will conclude, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sunil. That was very nicely spoken about both the issues. And now may I request Dr. Khare to please moderate the question and answer session.
Can you start from this side, student side? Please. Please, you come here. Can you use the mic there? Yeah.
I have two questions, both for Professor Liu. One is this gray zone warfare which USA is carrying out against Taiwan is going on for a long time, and it has got a tremendous effect on the stamina of Taiwanese people as well as the economy. So first question that I want to ask you is the Taiwanese economy suffering because of this gray zone warfare which China is carrying out against you? And are there any cheaper ways of reacting to Chinese gray zone? For example, if they come with fighter aircraft, instead of replying by fighter aircraft, why don't you reply with, let's say, drones, etc., which are much cheaper, because they're wearing you down. Because one of the most important aims is to wear you down. Okay, so think of cheaper means of reacting to the gray zone tactics which China is using. That is one question. And second question is, you mentioned that the Chinese are carrying out subversion of the Taiwanese society. But there has been a recent report which says that these influence operations which China is carrying out against Taiwan are not succeeding. So I want to ask you a question. Is China going ahead with is there subversive influence on the Taiwanese societies, be it in the media, be it in think tank, be it with common people, be it in economic zones, etc.? Is it increasing as compared to what it was earlier, or it is decreasing as one research report made out to be?
Shall I take one more question, or Roger? Or you want to reflect?
Thank you, sir, for the very important question. The first is, are there any cheaper ways to counter the gray zone tactics from China? Yes, we are a chip island of chips. So we have, Taiwan has been producing a lot of hackers and all these technicians. So they're very good at that. If you focus, you must know Audrey Tang, who is like a minister without portfolio in the Taiwanese government. She has been really successfully, tackled with China's disinformation warfare by launching different forms or formats or the platforms on the internet. So I think, the Taiwanese technology actually is a very important part of the silicon shield that people talk about. The second thing is, how should Taiwan respond to the subversive operations launched by China? I think one of the great things that Taiwan has, especially after all past few decades of our democratization experience and processes, is that Taiwan has developed a very strong civil society in which we have different, very sound groups of with different political interests. Recently you will see that there are a bunch of people led by the previous chairperson, the founding, one of the electronic tycoons, Cao Xinchen. He has been, Mr. Cao has promised to fund the Taiwanese campaign from the civil society to counter China as a military militia. So there was some, forces in the society who like to dedicate themselves into voluntary military trainings. And second thing is that we have this kind of cyber forces as well. So the Chinese, when the Chinese, the 50 Cent Army tried to spread some, offensive attack on the internet forums, actually the civil society or other groups formed by the Taiwanese people will counter that voluntarily without the coordination of a government. So I think civil society and technology actually now has formed two very important line of defense for the Taiwanese society against Chinese attack.
Thank you, Roger. Any other question from that side? Yeah. Please, Abhishek, can you give mic to them?
Am I audible? I'm audible. My question is to Professor Liu. However, this is open to everybody on this panel today. On the 3rd of March, there was a report that Foxconn, and I'm glad Professor Liu mentioned Foxconn. Foxconn came up with a deal with Apple where they announced that they would be creating factories in India, in Tamil Nadu, which created lakhs of jobs. Now, my question is that how do you see China responding to this, since all the three parties involved, US with Apple, India with being the space this is happening, and Foxconn, the Taiwanese company, coming together, all these three parties don't exactly share the best relations with China, which is precisely why we are here.
Thank you. That's a very important question. Chip wars, people are talking about this. So Foxconn has been very keen to set up the factories in different parts of India. I think this is mainly on the business concerns. They are not part of the strategic arms of the Taiwanese government or the US government. So they care about themselves. What China will do, well, I don't think China can do much about this, but what China has been doing is to strengthen itself. So China has been developing its line of assembly for chips of better technologies. So if you go back to check Make in China 2025, actually the manufacturing of chips is very important for the Chinese to have some technological breakthroughs. Now China has been focusing the improvements on its 28 nanometer chips or waffles, all right? And compared with TSMC now has reached the 3 nanometer, 3, not 28, all right? And now they are moving towards 2 nanometers, all right? So you will see the generational gap between China and Taiwan. So China doesn't care much about India. China is focusing on US and Taiwan especially. They want to take it over in the years to come. So I don't think that will be a big issue strategically for China to worry. They want to focus on themselves for now.
So could I, have the audacity to rephrase my question a little bit? Is that okay?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So why I asked that is not from the perspective of chip wars, It is from the perspective of job creations, because that's exactly what Apple did for China for a very long period of time. So that is something that they were doing here in association with a country that they anyway don't get along with. So when I talk about that, I talk about an association that is being created at the behest of creating multiple jobs, which is supposed to promote economic growth, which is keeping China out of the loop. That is why I was asking how do you think China will react to that?
So let me presume your line of logic is that Foxconn has been closer to China, and while they are creating jobs over here, they might be influenced by the government of China to withdraw that if something happens between China and India?
No, Foxconn associating with Apple and with the Indian government to get permissions to set up factories here. That's my question.
No, they don't need that. This is a business decision.
I think Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale.
Hello.
Sorry, Soman sir will reply.
I think I'll just make a very brief comment on it. He's covered the Chinese part, but basically it's national interests. By relocating, all that the US is doing is to bolster the resiliency of their supply chains, either through diversification or creating redundancies. And that's a natural, a national call. So they won't really be worried about what the Chinese think about it, right? And it definitely helps us.
Ganesh, give the mic.
So may I request Jim also to say a few words?
Gokhale sir, there will be a few questions, we'll have it.
Okay.
Ajit Ranade sir will want to have one question.
Yeah, thank you. And again, thank you for an excellent session. This is a question for all the panelists, but Professor Roger may feel free to lead the response. I think there's a feedback from here. See, the whole world is invested in the sovereignty of Taiwan, in the sense that these 23 million people, I'm struck by the fact that the size of Taiwan is the same as size of Sri Lanka. But of course, the per capita income is much higher. And we talk about how the Chinese are trying to influence subversively the Taiwanese people to think that they are not, trying to take over Taiwan, but it's both the civilizations are one, culture is one, and we are one country. I'm thinking about Hong Kong, which very slowly, over a long period of time, it's become part of China. So my question is the following. While on one hand, the Chinese may be resorting to subversive techniques to change social and public opinion, maybe the Americans and others are also trying to influence the Taiwanese to stand up. And, this is not done, even you're different people, your sovereignty is important, you can't be taken over. So do you see it in that way that basically Taiwan has now become a proxy ground for the world which wants to not let China succeed, and therefore it is important for Taiwan to stand up and protect its sovereignty. And on the other hand, Chinese doing the opposite thing, but the Taiwanese in the morning also I asked the same question. It's not a very happy predicament. So I'm wondering what is the sense of the people of Taiwan? I'm sure it's fiercely debated. And again, I would like to refer to Hong Kong. What happened to Hong Kong? Hong Kong, of course, is about 10 million people. So it's half the size of Taiwan and the same per capita income. So for the whole panel, yeah. Sorry? No, the sovereignty of Taiwan is a big issue and the whole world is invested in that. But it is almost as if Taiwan doesn't have the agency for it. I was struck yesterday, who said this comment? I think maybe it was the chief of the army who said that you can determine your economic future, you can determine your political future, but you cannot determine your military future. It's almost as if the agency is taken out of the Taiwanese people. But it's a little contradictory because on one hand, we emphasize the sovereignty of the nation. So the nation should have the independence and the freedom and the autonomy to decide what the future is. But the whole world is invested saying that you don't have the agency. The rest of the world wants it to remain independent. And the Chinese want it to fold it up without going to war. So I know it's a very sort of broad question, but any reaction from the panel would be welcome. Thank you.
Roger?
I'm sorry about that. Taiwan sovereignty, the world has, okay. I think now Taiwan has been becoming more and more important. Well, especially, well, people, this is like a paradoxical, thing. When US has been trying to play China card, Taiwan's status just keeps going down, starting from Nixon, Carter, Reagan, until George W. Bush. Taiwan has been tagged as a troublemaker sometimes because it has been a way of the US-China collaboration. But now the thing has changed. So I think the situation in Taiwan Strait actually is like very paradoxical. When we are looking for peace, well, when it seems to be belligerent and full of war, actually there's a peace hidden inside. When we see the collaboration between the great powers for the Taiwanese, it's not safe at all. So I will say that this is a good timing for the Taiwanese to keep their sovereignties for now, because like for the past few years, it is the Taiwanese people who want to stay independent and at least keep the status quo, but the great powers like US and China are not trying to let it happen. But now, when US and China are standing against each other, Taiwanese people, although they are seemingly being put in a very dangerous situation, I would say that Taiwan has been in the safest timing for the past few years. And for the US, Taiwan cannot be lost because Taiwan is a symbol of the US credibility of security in the East Asian or Indo-Pacific region. Taiwan is also for each and every government of the US the great symbol of the US-supported democratization of East Asian countries. If this kind of passion has been taken over, that will mean the total failure of the US, not only militarily, but ideologically. But for China, Taiwan has to be taken back because Taiwan first have two important things. First is nationalism, all right? Part of the nationalistic feelings, sentiments must be fulfilled. The great restoration of the Chinese people, the China dream of Xi Jinping, it has to be fulfilled. Secondly, Taiwan has strategic values. So when these two things collided together, I don't know what will happen, but I can just resort to the fog of war. Somebody mentioned about this, like when the opportunity window of war has opened, and we will resort that to the hands of God.
You want, please.
I think Jim wants to say something. Dr. Khare?
Yeah, just if I could just, go ahead.
Yeah, Jim, go ahead.
Yeah. Just one other thing. It's a very interesting question. I think there's a lot of ways that you could that you can approach that. And thank you very much to Roger also for the very thoughtful response. I think one part of discussing the status quo in the Cross Straits that I think is really concerning, at least from a U.S. perspective, are the PRC's ongoing efforts to decrease Taiwan's international space and to isolate Taiwan internationally. Even from institutions in, say, the UN system, which don't require statehood for membership. And I think that, a key concern is part of that isolation process, I think, from the PRC's perspective, would increase its ability to take unilateral action across a variety of different areas towards Taiwan. And so, one thing I think that's really important, from, once again, a U.S. perspective is, working with friends and allies to maintain that space for Taiwan, to kind of maintain our broader economic and other ties, which not only benefit from the people of Taiwan, but also, we can benefit from the people of Taiwan. Taiwan is a global leader in health, manufacturing, democratic governance, semiconductors, all of these things. So I think that's one thing that as countries are looking at their own engagement strategies with Taiwan, just keeping in mind that maintaining those international links really are vital, because it really highlights Taiwan's current importance, but I think also means that it's not as easily isolated, and in some ways may provide its own effect or have an effect on the PRC's calculations vis-a-vis Taiwan. Thanks.
I just have a brief comment on this. One country, two systems. I think Taiwan has learned a lesson from Hong Kong that it's not really working. And the democracy, which is very vital to Taiwan, is being surfaced by, the communism that may come in a different garb if Chinese take over Taiwan. Yeah, Sunil?
So probably I'll just add on to what you have said. There was a certain kind of a equilibrium that had been reached between these three countries in terms of maintaining status quo. But then what happened was the Chinese started to realize that politically, culturally, and economically, the Taiwanese are getting drawn away from them. So that was one of the reasons. And the reason happened because of what the people from the KMT, who were more closer towards reunification, saw what happened in Hong Kong and the way the Chinese were treating the Uyghurs in Xinjiang. So coupled with that, what the Chinese realized is the Western powers, and particularly the Americans, are taking a lot of initiative, the Pacific Deterrent Initiative. The Quad has also started to take on a life of its own, basically because most of these countries were ambivalent in their postures. But now with this aggressive designs of the Chinese, you find things have started to shift. Similarly with AUKUS. So keeping that in mind, the Chinese feel that if they don't act in the next 5 to 6 years, probably they just might lose out. And another important reason is that Xi has taken it upon himself as his personal legacy to reunify Taiwan. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think one thing is very clear, that the threat of the US intervention features prominently on the Chinese strategy. And the way, in fact, China has understood the US maneuvering in Taiwan, I think that is what is stopping China from invading Taiwan. That is one part. And the second thing also, which is very critical in the current context, is the overall growing assertion on part of China. And that perhaps obviously will keep, China will keep maneuvering in many areas of at least showcasing their strategic development that could obviously dissuade the US again from the intervention. So I think it's again a very critical phase on geopolitics, especially in that part of the world.
Thank you. Professor Dilip Moiti.
Hello. This question is specifically to Mr. Jim Wilson. Recently I heard that there is a strategy devised by the United States of America, offshoring. And in that connection, there was a big kind of a move to bring back the industries or investment from China to the United States of America. Now, China has actually marched ahead with economic power, basically, but they have not opted for any military alliances with anybody, except for the fact that probably we are guessing that China and Russians might get together, but that is still in a very fluid situation. But what is important is that if United States succeeds in offshoring, in that case, what will be the effect on China? And do you think that US will be able to block China from the economic perspective? Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you, sir. I think that's a great question. It's a question that's at the forefront of a lot of people's minds. The U.S. policy towards economic engagement with China, we're not seeking to stop China's economic rise or fully divest from China. U.S. companies have been deeply invested in China now for decades, and there are certain aspects of global manufacturing which I think are not easily replicatable, even if we were to spread supply chains out through a number of countries. I think what is happening at the moment is a reevaluation of, in particular for critical industries that have potential dual use implications, that maybe in some cases, like with the CHIPS Act, and other measures that we've taken to redirect critical supply chains, that those things, where the PRC has made it very clear there are not only dual use implications, but also that they are willing to mandate companies share those technologies with the PLA and other entities, that we should move some of those technologies or push companies to relocate outside of China. I mean, I think for specific critical sectors that is true. I think though also it is worth keeping in mind that our collective experience just around the globe coming out of the pandemic was a good reminder that the previous system in which it was extremely lean supply chains that had no redundancy for very critical industries, that sometimes having extra room to maneuver in crisis situations, that is important. And so I think that while we're not looking to divest entirely from the PRC, we're not going to stop trading with the PRC. We're not pushing all U.S. companies to remove investments. I think it'd be immensely difficult. In specific targeted industries, I think there is a desire to prevent particularly dual-use technologies from falling into Chinese hands, and to just introduce more leeway into the global logistics system. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, sir. General sir.
Good afternoon. I'm General Samanwar. I just want to bring in another perspective into this reunification and its various dimensions.
General sir, can you pull on mic? Yeah. Loud.
I just want to bring in a new perspective, a perspective into this reunification. You see, when the KMT moved to Formosa, Taiwan was created, there was a strong animosity between the two nations. Subsequently, it faded, and a lot of people had their second families on mainland China. Now that generation that had families, second families, is gradually fading away. What is now coming in is the new generation who want their own identity, and they don't want to associate with the past. So there may be, that may be another cause for the strong one nation, two nation theory. I'd request the professor to comment on that, if he could.
Roger, this for you here.
The new generation versus the old. Yes. The KMT has brought 2 million of soldiers and their government along with a big constitution to Taiwan in December 1949. And while the time on the island of Taiwan, there are 6 million islanders. So it's like 1/4 of everything. Yes, but now generally speaking, the young generation Taiwanese had not viewed themselves as part of the Chinese. They cut off the Chinese lineage. They know that we speak the same language, we share the culture, but politically we're different. So I don't think that's an issue. But, the new generation of Taiwanese actually are also a generation of realism or being realistic. They know that China means opportunity for them sometimes. And they know that if China wants to attack them militarily, they will suffer a lot. So I will say that currently Taiwanese people has been thinking about the whole issue in a more realistic way. But I agree with you that this kind of generational change in politics actually helped Taiwan a lot to separate itself from China. But one problem is that historical legacy is still there. The Taiwanese armed forces has long traditionally been controlled by those from the mainland. The mainlanders and their descendants had occupied the higher positions in the Taiwanese armed forces. So a lot of people have this kind of China nostalgic feelings. And these are the sector that the CCP has been working a lot. They invite those, the retired soldiers, generals, or admirals and marshals back to visit China to attend the Whampoa Chinese Military Academy 100th anniversary. They want to create this kind of united front with all those, top brass or ex-top brass in Taiwanese armed forces. And this is the part that DPP has very little capacity to infiltrate into the armed forces of Taiwan. Even for now, they have some trouble doing that. And I think this is one of the major concerns of the Taiwanese national security problem.
Thank you. Last question for South China Sea, not on Taiwan.
Thank you for a lovely presentation. This is regarding my experience of sailing for 25 years in the South China Sea, East China Sea, and Sea of Japan, actually all over the world. But right now concentrating on the actual thing which is happening in this part of the world, South China Sea. While it's all very nice to debate all these issues, what can the literal or the ownership companies of the ships, and I was in tankers, do if the Chinese tell you to stop and say that you go the other way around? Or when I was going through the Taiwan Straits, they say, please don't go this way, go around the Taiwans. Or lately, even in in the air, a Qantas aircraft was filled around with. The GPS was turned off, the communications was garbled. And so where do the literal states of this area, and what do they do about it, and where's the way forward? Because now it is becoming not academic, it is becoming on the ground now. Thank you.
Who's going to?
I think it's a very good question you have raised. But as you are aware, you may be aware that maritime domain remains a global commons. So it becomes the responsibility of all the nations to see really how best they can protect and secure the sea lines of communication. And the protection of sea line of communication can only help grow the global trade, because 2/3 of the global trade spans through this sea lines of communication. So it's a responsibility of all the nations, and obviously that is the fear, because as you know, the South China Sea is the connecting link between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. And that perhaps is one challenge which China has been overthrowing to the rest of the world. And this is what is being debated. And international legal principles, whatever exists, obviously is not liked by China. They already have disowned all the existing international legal principles. So that is the worry in geopolitics in the current context in the maritime domain.
Jim, do you have something to add? Jim Wilson?
Yeah, just one thing. I mean, based on my observations in the region, I think that that concern is very real, and that all of the littoral claimant states are very, very active in boosting their own maritime domain awareness and their capabilities to respond. As other folks have commented, of course, it's difficult when we're talking about PRC activities in global commons or areas outside of countries' exclusive economic zones. But I think just taken together, historically, there's not always been the capability among all littoral claimant states to actively monitor activities in their specific maritime domains. And I think one practical way to push back on problematic PRC behavior is just for littoral claimant states over time to develop their own capabilities to better monitor and track what's happening in their own areas.
Can I have one sentence only? Well, blockade-like deterrence takes credibility. Well, unless China has defeated the US Navy in one of the following scenarios, or either the large scale or smaller scale of conflict, I don't think it will happen, because just like Jim has said, they lack the PLAN lacks the credibility and capability to do that.
So to answer your question, at the moment there's no uniform code which is available in the South China Sea. Starting off with China first, sometime in 1992 and 98, they came up with two maritime laws, something like the border law that they framed, wherein the 1992 law dealt with territorial waters and zones, and 1998 dealt with exclusive economic zones and continental shelves. And those two laws gave them the strength to refute the Permanent Court of Arbitration, which came up with this ruling against China in terms of the James Shoal, which was actually owned by Philippines. The second part is that all the countries in South China Sea, I would say the littorals, are trying to work out a code of conduct. But that is going on for the last 10 years. Third part is the United Nations law on the seas, which is the UNCLOS, which the Chinese have ratified in 1998. But when it comes to the Americans, they recognize it, but they have not ratified it. So there's a lot of problem. We first need to come to some terms in terms of how we want the shipping to go on, and then we can proceed. So I think all countries are involved.
Thank you. Air Marshal Gokhale, sir, you have a final comment?
Well, I think it was a wonderful session. Everybody has contributed to this particular topic of, implications of rise of China, and especially in the South China Sea, where all the trade is important to maintain the global common, and of course on the unification Taiwan. So as Dr. Jaydev Ranade mentioned yesterday, that if at all one odd island, he would like to take it on, the Chinese would like to take it on just to sort of please the domestic audience. Otherwise, there is going to be credibility loss for himself. So that's something which I think, which is important, and whether with Taiwan and US together would be able to defend those one or two islands which are far off, as Roger mentioned. So with these concluding thoughts, please give a great round of applause to all the panelists. May I request Dr. Khare and Jaydev Ranade?
Let me formally felicitate to them. I request Jaydev Ranade to felicitate all speakers. First, Professor Arvind Kumar. Yes. Professor Roger. And Air Marshal Somans. Just come, sir. Thank you, sir. Gokhale, sir, any final comment? Anything? We are hungry now.
No. Please felicitate Jim Wilson virtually. And of course,
we can offer virtually.
Hopefully one day I can join you in India.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Dr. Khare.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We'll have a break 1 hour and we'll be starting at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Hello. I request everyone to have lunch and please come back at 2 p.m. Lunch is arranged for everyone.
सूप पीना है बस, मेरा गला इतना खराब है। पानी भी नहीं दे
कशाला घेऊन घेते तिथं पाणी हॅलो चालू आहे की
राहू दे इकडून होत नाही की डबी डबी सारखं होता साईड थांबा राहू दे इथे थोडा सारखं लागेल तिकडं
Sit. All right. Right. Switch it off now. And remove it now.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Marshall Gokhale. I'm speaking from South Africa. I've come on a little holiday to my younger son, sorry.
The 9:15 at your time.
Yeah.
Good morning. This is Vijay Karan from Kathmandu.
Okay, right. Excellent. You're from the Foreign Service.
Yeah, no, I'm a university teacher. In between, I joined Foreign Ministry and served as an ambassador.
Yeah, I heard that. So great. Well, I've been to Kathmandu, all right, when I was commanding Gorakhpur Air Force Station.
Oh, yes.
And then, we have this Gorkha recruiting center, and then went to Pokhara, where there's a recruiting
And then
center.
other parts of that areas.
Lovely.
But since 2 years it is stopped.
It is what?
Recruitment of the Gorkhas.
Recruitment stopped?
Yeah, stopped because of this
Agniveer.
Government of India started an appointment.
That Agniveer.
They need more, that new type of treaty or negotiation on that, I think.
Oh my God. Okay. Oh, I hope we are doing something.
Yes, must be.
Because it's a very potent force.
Yes.
And good.
It's very important force and even for Nepalese, those who are working, they've got job and many things, and after retirement, all the social services schemes, pension, creating education, health facilities, and other things by the pension office of the Indian Embassy. It's a great helpful in that areas.
No, and in Gorakhpur, I remember in hospital, they used to come in hordes, so many of them, because they used to have this, mainly the problem of asthma, during the rainy season. And they used to come for medical.
When you retired?
I retired 15 years back as a vice chief.
Oh, yes.
But I continue in some different ways, engaging myself, keeping myself busy.
Yeah, they're starting or what?
They're supposed to start 2 o'clock their time, so it's now almost there. Are you giving a PowerPoint presentation?
So long time ago you visited Kathmandu.
I know. Yeah. How
Now,
the
when you
Manipal
visit Kathmandu, you find it's a lot of rush, traffic, new buildings, many infrastructure, which is making life very difficult.
Yeah, everybody wants to be in Kathmandu. How's our railway line progressing? Indian railway line from the northern Bihar
Railway line of Jayanagar Janakpur has been completed, and extension to Bijalpura. It is still going on. I think in a 1 year or two it will be complete. But there is one other railway project that from Seoul to Kathmandu. It is being studied by the Konkon Railway. So we are expecting, as last time when I was participating in a conclave.
Good afternoon, everyone. I request all of you to come and be seated for the third session, the post-lunch session. We are going to start very soon.
So there would be tunnels and all that, like what Konkan Railway has.
That is China to Nepal. And that is it. They are studying. Just recently they came here and they have started feasibility study only.
But I thought you said Konkan Railway.
That it will take 3.5 years more to complete feasibility study.
Excuse me?
And I don't think that it's a $1.5 billion project. 125% of Nepal's annual budget.
Excuse me, sir. Ambassador Vijay Karna. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, madam. I'm hearing you.
Okay. So very soon we'll be starting the post-lunch session. So in another 5 minutes, maybe. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Once again, I request everyone to enter the hall and be seated. We are starting the post-lunch session 3. So the post-lunch session 3, we have Chairperson Dr. Sheshadri Chari, speakers Mr. N.C. Bipendra, Ambassador Vijay Kankarna, who will be online, and Ms. Namrata Hasija, and the discussant, Professor Dr. Arun Dalvi. I hope all of you all have had your lunch, and yeah, please be awake to listen to this final session. Thank you. May I request the chairperson, Dr. Sheshadri Chari, speakers, Mr. N.C. Bipendra, Ms. Namrata Hasija, to come on the dais. Thank you. I would request Professor Arvind Kumar to come as a discussant for this third session. Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar, thank you. Yeah. I request the chairperson, Dr. Sheshadri Chari, to begin the session.
Yeah, now it's working. Good afternoon to everyone here. Like the earlier panels, we have a wonderful panel here this time. The subject is China's influence operations in India. Now, I'm sure I have come across a number of seminars on China-related seminars and China plus minus seminars, but this is probably the first time I'm coming across this particular subject, which is of great importance. We all know about how countries try to create influence in their favor and create influence in against a particular country in some other country. I mean, none of you here are new to things like United Front Work Department of the CCP, which is like an agency meant for all these activities to take care of all kinds of anti-India, anti-enemy activity all over the world, and also pro-China activities in different countries. There are, to just give one or two examples, a number of American movies we must have seen, say in the early 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s also, where the American movie, the Hollywood movie, would eulogize an American soldier or what he did or how he saved people, how he saved America, and so many other things, something related to World War II, where and in what manner the American soldier, the American army, the American people performed, how they established democracy, and so many other things. But gradually, say from late 90s and 20s, early 20, from 2000 to say 2015-16, there was a great metamorphosis in Hollywood. There are a number of examples. I will not go, I can give you as many as 50 to 55 examples, but I'll quote one film. I don't know if any one of you have seen a film, a Hollywood film called Pixels. And it was produced in 2000, as late as 2020. And how Chinese takeover of Hollywood. In that film, there is a scene where the Great Wall of China is destroyed. So when the film was being what they call the raw cut was being processed and the editing was going on, the Chinese authorities came to know about it. And they told the producers, mind you, Hollywood producers, they said, no, you can't do this. Great Wall of China cannot be destroyed. Even in a film, sorry, take it back. But the film had to do something as far as destroying a great monument has to be done. So you'll be surprised, instead of Great Wall of China, Taj Mahal was destroyed. This is what we call the influence. This was 2015 movie, if I'm not mistaken. Again, another Hollywood producer who was known to be sort of very friendly with the Tibetan cause and all that. That company produced another movie called Kundan. I don't know how many of you have heard this film, heard this name. None of you could have even seen this. This film was based on the life of Dalai Lama, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So, when the Chinese authorities came to know, they had so much influence over the producer that they stopped not only the money for that producer, they also told the world, and mind you, I didn't want to tell you the name. The name of the producer is Disney. It was Disney World which produced. And look at the influence that the Chinese exerted on Disney World. They said, we will cancel all television license of Disney World all over the world. China included. China is gone. Your TV is gone from China. But nowhere else in the world you can show. That is the kind of pressure that they exerted. And they said, withdraw the film. Film was already produced. So the Disney people said, we can't withdraw it. But we can do one thing. We will see to it that it is not released at all. But they had to show to the income tax authorities that the film was made and released, but it did not make any money. So they showed that the film was released. It was not welcomed by the audience. Therefore, the film stands withdrawn. This is the kind of influence that China has on Hollywood. So you can imagine if they can do this to Hollywood, what they would have done to Bollywood. Much more than what we could even imagine. There was a team of students from Northeast universities who were invited to China, and they were told to produce films, short films and documentaries, which will show India in a poor light and eulogize the separatist movements, the insurgency movements in Northeast. It's only after about 15 to 16 such documentaries were released that Indian authorities came to know that there is a pattern behind this. It's not that it is just ordinarily taking place. So there are a number of overt and covert operations that China has been doing as far as creating its own influence and area of influence. The overt, of course, includes the industry. It's in a very big way. China's technological prowess in artificial intelligence. If you are going to start a small industry and you don't have any technology to start that industry, you don't have the money to start the industry. Bang comes a Chinese company. And if Chinese company cannot come directly from China to India, then it comes to Singapore, it can come from Taiwan, it can come from South Korea, it can come from the US, it can come from anywhere else in the world. But it comes here, it identifies you, they give you money, they give you technology. So that is one way of influencing. Influence on media, we all know. There is a Government of India report which clearly identifies at least 3 news channels, which I don't want to name here, which were clearly seen, they were getting billions of dollars as funding, only to give out news items which would eulogize China and show India in a bad light. Creating eminent citizens group, taking these such groups back to China, calling them for seminars and then entertaining them, and then youth wing, and then young parliamentarian teams, and then signing MOUs with political parties, not just with communist parties, but also other parties, including the ruling party, the then ruling party before 2014, and also after 2014, there are people from the present ruling party who have visited China on an exchange basis. So this kind of a vast series of activities, which are both covert and overt, have been taking place. So it's a very large subject, and I know the time that is at our disposal is very short. And I really thank the organizers, especially Dr. Professor Khare, for giving this extremely important session post-lunch so that nobody can miss it. I'll start with maybe Mr. Bipindra. Okay. Mr. N.C. Bipindra is a journalist, he is a lawyer, he runs an NGO, he is also editing a magazine called Defense Capital, and he is probably the only NGO in the country which has produced a very detailed documentary and a report on China's influence operations in India. Over to you, Mr. Bipindra.
Thank you, Chariji. You made my job easier. You have almost highlighted all the key points which need to be made known to this wonderful audience. It's quite a knowledgeable audience, both knowledge givers and knowledge seekers. So I feel that it's my proud privilege to be here today, to be making this presentation. Before I start, I want to thank Jaydev Ranade of Center for China Analysis and Strategy for inviting me to this event, and Professor Khare for hosting me here in this hallowed place, and also Namrata for facilitating my presence here today. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and also for recognizing the work that I've done, Chinese influence operations in India. I brought out this report, 2 reports, one in English and one in Hindi. This is the report. I have a copy of it here right now. It's there on the screen. One was produced in 2021 and the other one was produced in 2022. One is in English, the other one is in Hindi. It's almost a translation of what is there in English. But there are some additional points that I've mentioned, additional additions that I've made to the English copy in the Hindi version. And Jaydev Ranade sir was kind enough to release both these reports on 2 different occasions. So thank you very much, sir, for that. So this particular subject is quite vast, but I've been given just about 15 minutes. I prepared about 30 slides. That's about 30 seconds per slide. So I'll try and cover as much as possible. If anything is left out, probably I would recommend that you go to Law and Society Alliance's website, which is lawandsocietyalalliance.in, and you can download the copy, PDF version. I have 5 physical copies with me here. If anybody wants a physical copy or are comfortable with that, I can hand over that copy to you. So I just want to start with a very latest example of influence operations by China. I'm sure you are able to identify who this person is. He is Mr. Sridhar Vembu. He is a member of the National Security Advisory Board of India. He is an industrialist. He is the chairman of Zoho Corporation, which is a SaaS company. It's one of the largest companies. He's a billionaire. He is currently settled in Tamil Nadu after having worked in the US for almost 3 decades. And he's trying to establish a few things in rural India so that there is some kind of a skill development, skill enhancement, and he's recruiting people from the rural areas to become software engineers. So he's doing great service. And he is also a nationalist in the sense that he's doing a lot of good work for India. He's advising the government on various technological issues as part of the NSAB. Recently, there was a hit job done by Forbes magazine. I'm sure all of you have read it. All of you know about the Forbes magazine. It's one of the most popular magazines which tracks global business and also global billionaires. It's a personal issue of Sridhar Vembu. He's going through he filed a divorce proceedings against his wife in the US. They utilized it to do a hit job on him, trying to discredit him through this. Why I mention this is that this is one of the typical influence operations that the Chinese adopt, not just in India, all over the world. Forbes, if you might think that it's a Western produced magazine. I'm sorry to say that in 2021, Forbes magazine was taken over by the Chinese. A Hong Kong-based company named Magnum Opus Acquisition, which is controlled by the Communist Party of China, China Investment Corporation, took over Forbes magazine. So it is now a completely Chinese-owned magazine. So why I refer to this is that the Chinese, as part of their influence operations, as part of the UFW department, they keep track of very important people in India. They track journalists, they track technologists, they track technocrats, bureaucrats, diplomats, military officers, scientists, both defense scientists, space scientists. They keep track of various programs that are very critical and strategic to India and try to do hit jobs on people whenever the opportunity arises. And they use their own magazine. Fortunately, in India, our FDI rules in the media is quite strict. So the Chinese have not been able to take over any Indian media house, but they use such kind of, Forbes has a very credible name. All of you would agree with this. So they use such credible names to discredit people who are working in favor of India, who are working in national interest. This is a very typical influence operation that they do. And this acquisition of Forbes is clearly a use of money power by Chinese to gain influence. So if people know and track that this is a Chinese-owned media house, then they will know that there is some sinister intention behind this activity. But otherwise, generally people are not aware of such kind of influence operation, so they clearly fall for such kind of tricks that the Chinese adopt. So I mentioned that the Chinese track key people in various critical sectors. Sridhar Vembu is a victim of such tracking as far as this incident is concerned. He talks in favor of the present government, so probably that was one of the reasons why he was targeted. And a lot of political opponents of the present government targeted him for being a supporter of this government. So that's a very critical means of which they do this operation. So in fact, in this report, I've tracked about 9 sectors totally. Media is one of them. I've also tracked the entertainment industry, then Indian academia, Indian media, of course, and also social media clubbed together, tech sector, and also Chinese intelligence operations in India, covert and overt operations, and trade practices, and also political setup, which Sheshadri Chariji typically mentioned about it. So I'll just go through one by one. Okay, this is about the entertainment industry. You find some big stars sitting in an event in Beijing. This is an event that took place in 2019 when Shah Rukh Khan was invited and Kabir Khan. Kabir Khan is a filmmaker, Shah Rukh Khan is a film star. I'm sure all students would, many of them would be fans of Shah Rukh Khan, I'm sure. So this is one of the means by which they do influence operations. They invited these two people because they wanted to get a foothold into the entertainment industry. The Chinese have realized the power of the entertainment industry and the kind of impact it has on the mindset, occupying the mind space of Indians, particularly the youth. So they have made use of this opportunity to bring these big stars to their event. And with this, they started entering the Indian film industry. One of the methods that they adopt is to align with an Indian production house to make films. So with the money power, they are actually able to dictate the narrative of the movies and also able to dictate the kind of coverage that these films by the production houses that they sponsor. In fact, so this particular funding is being done by the propaganda department of the CCP. I'll just show you one more slide on how this influence operation. This is a particular scene from a very popular song from a movie called as Rockstar. Ranbir Kapoor was the hero of this movie. There is a Sada Hak Karke, there is a song, very popular song. So if you see in the original song, this Free Tibet flag was used, Free Tibet banners were used. But in the censored song, you find that Free Tibet has been blurred. Tibet has been blurred here. Whereas in the same song, you will find a Khalistani flag and a Khalistani movement being openly shown. This is again the influence operation on the Central Board of Film Certification by the Chinese. So this is another entertainment industry movie, Dangal. All of you must be knowing about it. This movie was promoted by the Chinese extensively, and claiming that it kind of fetched about 500 crore worth of revenue. So again, they target the stars, they target production houses, and try to gain influence in the film industry, in the entertainment industry. Similar operation is done on the television industry also in India. So I'll not go into much detail, I'll just touch upon these things. Okay, so now I'll touch upon the think tanks and the civil society organizations in India. The Chinese embassy in India has been cultivating youth organizations in India in a very systematic manner. In quite well-measured efforts, they've been cultivating a certain youth from both colleges and apart. They've also floated a lot of youth organizations in India today. The embassy provides them venue, it funds them, and they try to do the indoctrination of the youth in India. So they have floated this organization called as China-India Youth Dialogue, which is functioning in India and sponsored completely by the Embassy of China. In fact, this particular organization has also done a memorandum of understanding with All China Youth Federation. We have exchange programs and stuff like that. Huge funds running into crores of rupees are spent on this particular effort. There are several think tanks, both in Delhi and apart in India, which are funded by this organization. We have. I'm not going to name them because I'm already a persona non grata in several of these places because I produced this report. Big names in the think tank industry today are being sponsored by Chinese, heavily funded. One big name which we were just discussing about it, Raisina Dialogue hosting organization, it's also hugely funded by the Chinese embassy. In fact, how did I find out all this? I would say they were a little foolish. They had all these details in their annual report. So There are also typically Chinese studies think tanks. One very popular one in Delhi. After we brought out this report, we shared it with the NSA's office. After that, I have heard that the funding of that particular Chinese institute has been stopped by the government. Okay, so another thing that they do is they float think tanks of their own. The Chinese float think tanks of their own. This is a foundation, they call it as foundation. It had a very typically pro-China name earlier. They changed it to Asian Century Foundation after the Ladakh conflict in 2020 because there was a lot of backlash because of their name, and they decided to change the name into this. But if you go and search for it now, this is their Twitter account, it's no more functional. This is their website, it's no more functional. So this is again typically some of the details of the big names that are how they are funded. I've just given the details here. You can go and take a look at it in the report here. Again, another Young Leaders is program that the Chinese embassy has hosted. Okay, so now I'll touch upon the media a little bit. Okay, though this is one particular advertorial. Advertorial is basically a paid for content that the media publishes in India. So they buy the pages and they publish typically pro-China articles. India-China Chronicle is one of them. So these are, I think, I'm sorry, I think it's flipping, huh? Yeah, it's flipping off. Okay. So this is again produced by one particular think tank actually. This particular India-China Chronicle is produced by them. Okay, now I'll look at the, share with you about the academia. These are all China study centers and China study circles that the Chinese organize, typically in universities and big academic institutions today. In fact, there are two important universities in the Delhi NCR, privately funded universities that have important China study centers, Confucius Institutes. If the Confucius Institutes they're not able to open such institutes, they convert it into a China study center, and these particular institutes are funded heavily by the Chinese embassy. They also encourage them to do research work on China. They take them on conducted tours, taken care of very well when they are in China, and they come back and write glowing tributes in their research papers about China. This is one such institution that I'm talking about. Again, another Confucius Institute in the University of Mumbai. And interestingly, there is a Indian Institute of Management in the Northeast and an Indian Institute of Technology in South India, which have such study centers where the Chinese have big influence today. This is again about the media. Rajiv Sharma, a lot of you might know him already. He has been arrested recently for being an agent of the Chinese and providing information to Chinese agents, their handlers. He's arrested and behind bars. He was also the Global Times correspondent in Delhi. In fact, I have known him very well for a long time because I've been a journalist before. And he used to carry a lot of confidential papers, classified papers with him at that time. So I used to wonder, how is he getting it and what is he doing with it? So later we found out that he has been arrested for being a supplier of information critical documents to the Chinese. So the other Chinese influence operation on media houses is that you might have read about this PTI interview of the Chinese ambassador in Delhi during this Ladakh conflict. How it was a plug article pro-China plug article, taking stand which is contrary to what the Indian government was talking about as far as the Ladakh conflict is concerned. So this is again another Chinese app which has been banned in India today. This Chinese app was used for plugging a lot of Chinese opinions and Chinese views on Ladakh conflict. This is one interesting thing that I wanted to highlight basically. Advertorials, content that the China publishes in the mainstream media today. This is in Hindustan Times. They have bought this page and they have published it. This is worth crores of rupees. You know, if they want to publish in all editions of Hindustan Times, it will cost them crores of rupees, a full page advertisement. This is another one in the Indian Express. This was published by spending crores of rupees buying space. What is the quid pro quo for this? This article is the quid pro quo. How China bet extreme poverty and what lessons it holds for India. This article was published just 10 days after that the Indian Express advertisement that China bought and spent money on. So they buy influence in the media, they influence journalists, they also conduct a important scholarship program for journalists. They take them, they conduct it for actually all South Asian nations and also some West Asian nations. They take journalists, they host them in a very important VIP area in Beijing, in a diplomatic compound. They are paid heavy sums of money to accommodate them there. They are given daily allowances, money. They are taken on conducted tours. They are given access to the Chinese government ministries and departments. And they go back and write articles which are pro-China in Indian newspapers. So this is something that they do. So again, another editorial piece. You can't make out whether it is a Global Times article or is it a The Hindu article. So okay, social media, 50 Cent Army. I want to thank Roger for mentioning it. So 50 Cent Army is quite active. They target social media personalities. If there is anything that is against China, they try to counter it. It's a huge facility that the Chinese have today. So this is again two important journalists who are on social media. But during this Ladakh conflict, if you had just noticed what they are talking about in the social media handles, they are completely pro-Chinese opinion. In fact, there is another journalist. Unfortunately, some of these gentlemen are former military officers. So one other gentleman, if you read the reports on the Ladakh conflict written by these gentlemen, you will easily find out who has briefed them. The briefing has come from the Chinese embassy. If you have been a journalist for a long while, by reading a news story, you can easily make out where the briefing has happened, who has briefed them. So it clearly showed that they were taking briefings from the Chinese embassy on the Ladakh conflict and playing up pro-China sentiments, pro-PLA sentiments, dissing the Indian army, saying that Indian army can't stand the Chinese army for even a week's time. So these kind of articles are being written. Of course, a lot of them take money for doing that. I'm an insider, so I know this information. So we'll also talk about a little bit about the tech sector. These are all companies in India which have been receiving investments from the Chinese. So this is okay. I've come to my almost last slides actually. This is the political influence that they do. The Chinese have been cultivating all communist-leaning, leftist-leaning people in India, heavily influenced, even funded. This is a meeting between the Communist Party of India, Marxist top brass, with the Chinese ambassador and other Chinese, officials. So this is the Chief Minister of Kerala who belongs to the CPIM. In fact, glowing tributes to Xi Jinping on his re-election as the President of India. And he also continues to tweet frequently on China, talking in favor of China and at times even against India. Basically, these kind of tweets happen because they don't like the present government. So in the name of opposing the present government, they talk ill of India ultimately. So this is again a page from the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, which is run by the Congress Party. So there is a highlighted portion where it talks about how a team of Rajiv Gandhi Foundation visited China and also about the MOU that they signed. And also they've received funds from Chinese embassy, heavy funds in crores of running into crores of rupees from the Chinese embassy. I don't know if I've done it within time. Thank you. Thank you so much. One last point I want to mention is that the United Front Works Department's influence operation, they have a three-pronged strategy that they adopt. One of the strategies called as active measures. The idea behind active measures is to utilize useful idiots from the host country. So that's what they've been doing here. Thank you very much. I generally don't use slides. I think I've been disabled because of the slides. I usually do it without them.
Thank you, Mr. Bipindra. That was very interesting. And I hope you are able to give more copies of this, and we can even download the copies of this report. It's all available, and we would probably be able to make one of the outcome reports which we make. We will give you the details of the website and also the link to the report. So anybody can download and read it. That was a commercial break, right? And we have Ambassador Vijay Karna, who was former Nepal ambassador to Denmark, and he's joining us online, right? Ambassador Karna, you are online. Can you start?
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, please. Please go on.
Thank you, Mr. Chari, the chairperson. I recall my meeting with you in 2016 in New Delhi with Prashant Jha and all.
Okay, I remember.
It's a pleasure to see you. Yeah. So thank you, chairperson, Mr. Seshadri, Dr. Seshadri Chari. My greetings and namaskar to all of you from Kathmandu. It is my pleasure to join such a group of eminent scholars, professors, and other personalities. And it is a very important and timely discussion on the rise of China and its implications for the world and South Asia in particular. I am today speaking the Chinese influence in Nepal, as I told Namrata that I would. And thank you, Namrata, Mr. Ranade, for organizing such a wonderful program. And again, thank you for the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Savitribai, Phule, Pune University. So thank you very much. I would like to go in a very, I've given 15 minutes to go. So, when I started, as Mr. Chari and Mr. Vipindra has discussed about many influence, and Mr. Chari has made the Hollywood and Bollywood influence. It's something same here in Nepal also. I'm telling you a little bit about that, what is different from other countries here. So let us see that how the Chinese Chinese influence engagement in Nepal started that Tibet as a central pillar. After 2005-6 movement in Nepal, China considerably raised its stakes in Nepal, first to promote 2008 Beijing Olympics, and then to protect Tibet security in the face of Tibetan movement in Nepal and India. Time coincide with the Dalai Lama exile. And after that, when we see the timeline around mid-2013, the Chinese felt that they had more or less managed to stabilize the Tibetan issues in Nepal and began to shift focus on neighborhood policy and broader strategic interest. However, after Nepali Congress came to power in 2021, they feel that their control is slipping. Just a little bit explain about that, because in 2000, from 1995, we have stopped, Nepal government stopped issuing identity card to Tibetan refugee. We have a 25,000 Tibetan refugee. More than 500 Tibetan refugee yet not received any ID card at the moment. And it is the concern of US government as well as civil society of Nepal. But the Chinese influence on, recently, just few months back, our government started the process, and then Chinese has tremendous pressure on Home Ministry and the Prime Minister not to distribute that. And it has created a big problem for the Tibetan refugee in the country. They couldn't manage to the bank, they couldn't go to the college, their children are, and that's a very big trouble. And in that case, they are sometimes trying to get Nepali citizenship, paying bribe to the government officials. And they have managed our security forces in the border also. Armed police force, which work as a border security force also. So that they have been managed in our northern border. We have very few outposts in the northern areas, which is almost 6 months it is operational. 6 months, nobody is in our northern border. So that's why some of the places like Humla, Chinese has improved and developed the infrastructure building also in Humla region. It is called the area Yari. So in October 2030, Xi Jinping delivered important speech that set tone for China neighborhood policy and China neighborhood diplomacy, which was equipped with the two strategic goals around domestic and international condition. While China domestic policy was shaped by the goal of the 200 years struggle and the Chinese dream of great rejuvenation, and international policy was to strive for good external conditions for the China reform. So good neighborly policies. They have started so many, almost 19, Mr. Bipendra was telling, including Confucius, 19 institutions in Kathmandu being operational in 2 of the universities and different China Study Center, China friendly, young youth sports related, youth organization, China Nepal, journalist organization, China Nepal, even China Nepal Tarai Journalist Association working in somewhere in Tarai. So they have, with this policy, they have developed a lot of institutional arrangement in Kathmandu and different parts of Nepal. The first and foremost objective of this policy was winning Nepal off from India and Western influence. So China has been encouraging Nepal successfully to move away from Indian and Western influence in both domestic affairs and international relations by taking independent decisions. China views military assistance as one of the areas for which Nepal independence from India can be achieved. So in 2020, September, I think, the Chinese defense minister visited our army headquarters and he spent around 6 hours at the army headquarters. And the next day he left. So it was the Chinese are trying to influence security forces in a big way, the country. And a lot of offering of many things. They try to, on security, they try to make it what establishment is India and Nepal army, they have a relationship, a unique type of relationship where the Nepalese army chief is the already army chief of Indian army as well as the Indian army chief is already of the Nepalese army. So they wanted to establish the same relations with the Nepal army, which is it not. So, and for this, China has been rewarding Nepal with economic benefits, assistance whenever Nepal has stood ground against India. Such quid pro quo practices are likely to continue in the future and influence Nepal's public policy and pursuit of national interest. Another forces, which is a greater influence of the China, is the leftist and communist party. So Chinese thought leftist forces is mainstay of Nepal-China relations. So I'm not going to the history, but telling you the story from the 2017. Since late 2000, so China had been counting on the left unity to provide a stability to Nepal-China relations. It overtly took initiative to reunify the political parties that had split after PM Oli's failed attempt to dissolve the parliament in December 2020. So in 2017, they make alliance and they unite the political party, two major communist parties in one in 2018. But it failed after 2021. So the mainstay at the moment, the main forces which is propagating or working in Nepal is a leftist political party. Majorly 4 or 5 political parties, those who are working, their cadres are being trained. And I just recall in 2019, before the presidency visit to Kathmandu, the Chinese Communist Party and Nepal Communist Party has signed a MOU which allow almost many of the Central Committee, Politburo member, top leaders to visit China and get training. And during this COVID period, they have organized several training programs virtually. They have organized. And they have been from persistent push for the communist coalition or communist unity. China had been pushing for the communist coalition in Nepal even after the split of the Nepal Communist Party in 2021. China push was reported during Foreign Minister Wang Yi visit in 2022. International Liaison Department head Liu Jinchao visit and also during the visit of Chinese Speaker of the People's Congress, Li Jianchao. So in 2021, we have 3 top leaders visit to Kathmandu, and they tried and meeting with several communist leaders and trying to convince them to unite and make a one party. They kept continuously lobbying for the communist coalition with the tops and second-rank leaders of the Communist Party through its ambassadors and other agencies. The hung parliament elected by the November polls this time gave way to all sorts of possibilities in government formation, and then Beijing was in favor of communist collaboration. Maoist top chairperson Pushpakamal Dahal became the PM with the support of the largest communist party, CPNU-ML. This development was in favor of Beijing, however, the coalition was short-lived, and in February, the coalition collapsed in the context of the presidential election. Then just to tell about when President Xi visit. So during his visit, it was something that is our president, prime minister, all secretaries, all joint secretaries, all top military brass were at the airport to receive him. And government asked all the government employees from Trivandrum International Airport to all the way to Solti to be in a queue with the flower and greet him. So while he was visiting Nepal, a new blueprint for bilateral ties. It was published in a newspaper in Kathmandu. So the blueprint outlined 4 key elements of the strategic relationship, deepening a strategic communication, broadening political practical cooperation, expanding people-to-people exchange, and enhancing security cooperation. During his visit, it was not discussed, it was not said, and President Xi said that now our relation has been elevated and it's a comprehensive partnership cooperation. And it is a strategic partnership. Now from comprehensive partnership, the strategic partnership cooperation for everlasting friendship. And this was declared by the President Xi, and yet not Nepali Academia or Nepal Foreign Ministry has discussed what is this strategic partnership. And then coming to the 2021 and 22, Chinese response to MCC. We have signed the Millennium Compact Cooperation Deal with the 500 million grants from the America for major 3 projects. And Chinese has, and the process was to ratify by the Nepalese Parliament. So during and before and after, the Chinese has been intervened in Nepalese bilateral relation with the USA, and they directly said that not to ratify this huge media influence due to against Chinese American army is coming under MCC. Lot of fake misinformation, disinformation campaign was conducted by the Chinese officials in Nepal and distributed and managed by the Communist Party leaders and cadres. And later our intelligence department found that one of the Chinese embassy officials was designated to do all this.
Ambassador Saab, can you wind up a little bit? Another 2 minutes.
Yeah. So at the moment, then come to the BRI. BRI we have signed in 2017, and they have, during the negotiation of the project implementation, they proposed 4% interest rate, which Nepal government has refused, and they have single-handedly managed to the project. Nepal has proposed less than 1% interest rate and jointly managed project, which Chinese rejected it. So we have a 9 project forwarded to the Chinese under BRI, but no project yet signed. So when I see this all, there are a huge influence, Chinese influence on political parties, almost all, many political parties, media, huge influence in the Nepalese media and print, online, and they have invested huge investment directly to the media on the TV, online, and many. Academics, the universities, bureaucrats. In 2019 November, we have signed an agreement with the Chinese Academy that they will train our 1,500 bureaucrats and some security forces, armed police forces, and Nepal police. So it has created a kinds of influence in Nepal, almost in all societies and different. And there is another project which is run by the Chinese embassy, that the 15 districts of mountain region where they bring food and other materials and directly distribute to the people in the different villages of the mountain Himalayan region. So in this way, I can say that it's a great the moment. Thank you everyone for listening me. Now I close.
Thank you, Ambassador. That was absolutely great. And I hope you'll stay back if there is a question answer session, and there could be questions for you. I would now request Namrata to make her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. Let me take I know I'm the last speaker, last session, and all of you I can see, really want the session to end, but I will not take a lot of time. I'll be very very precise in what I say, but let me just take a minute to thank my mentor, Mr. Jaydev Ranade, for giving me this opportunity. He always encourages all of us to be, to be speaking and giving new ideas at such conferences. And I'll thank Professor Khare and also Air Marshal Gokhale, who agreed since last year to partner with the Center for China Analysis and Strategy for this very important conference. So thank you for giving us this opportunity. I'm going to speak on China's influence operations in South Asia. I know there'll be a question that why I'm wasting my time on China's influence operations in South Asia. I should focus probably on India. But I think gradually, as I speak, probably I'll either answer this question, or if I'm not able to, I'll probably try and answer it during the Q&A session. I know it's a very informed audience, but let me, for the benefit of this. Oh, here. Okay. Just, for the students here, I just want to, just briefly explain, the influence operations. How, actually the state plays a very important role, the Chinese state. Now, the concept of the influence operation, of course, is the United Front, which is, of course, a CCP policy that consists of eliminating internal and external enemies. That's how the concept originated, of course. And, of course, controlling groups that could defy its authority, constructing a coalition around the party to serve its interest, and projecting its influence abroad. So that is what the United Front, the concept is, that it's going to create a favorable environment for the CCP, for the Communist Party, not only in China, but also abroad. Now, who are the main actors? Of course, within the party, the propaganda department, the United Front work department, the international liaison department, which maintains relations with foreign political parties. I think the previous two speakers mentioned about it, and also Professor Chari. They have 610 offices around the world. And then the Chinese Communist Youth League. And within the People's Liberation Army, the Strategic Support Force, public and private companies. All of us who understand China, of course, we understand that there are no private companies in China. And of course, the Ministry of State Security. Now, very briefly, how they operate. So they use different methods. They use their diaspora, they use media, they use culture, think tanks, information manipulation, the Chinese tourist, influencers, not only TikTok, but also from the apps that are banned in China, be it Instagram, be it Facebook, Twitter, you name it. And, all these influencers, they use diplomacy, their, of course, economy. So these are different ways in which they operate. Now, let me just begin by this one movie. It's an animated movie. The theme is also very benign, like China portrays itself to be a benign power, especially, because we're talking about South Asia. Now, this movie, it's a 2019 movie, and it's produced by DreamWorks, which is, of course, a US-based production house. Now, it's a story of a teenage girl that meets a Yeti on the roof surface, on the roof of her house in Shanghai, and how she plans with the Yeti to visit the land that he belongs to. And, like I said, very benign subject. Now, this movie was banned in Vietnam, Philippines, and a lot of other Southeast Asian countries. Why? Because very subtly, through just one post, one frame in that movie, when the girl is, this is a, we have in our bedrooms, we have a poster where we put our photographs. So she's put photographs of her trip to China. And here they're promoting the 9-dash line, if you can see. So this is how subtly, they did it. But of course, that's how they're building narrative. Not only in China, but across the world. That is why it is very important for us to understand the influence operations and also how they kind of work. The next, I think I'll bring your notice to this report. This is published by, this is called China Index. Now, this is published by the Double Think Lab, which is in Taiwan. So they have undertaken a project to calculate how much influenced are different countries, from the Chinese propaganda. And Bangladesh is 54 in the ranking. India is 55. They have done this study on 82 countries for now. And they have, I think they're releasing another report where they'll be covering more countries. So they have taken different parameters that which sections of society in these countries are actually affected by the Chinese influence operations. And India, surprisingly, the three most dominant areas are media, military, and academia. And, I wanted to, is there a problem with that? It's not working here. Okay. So it's okay. I can go on without the slides. I just wanted to show you a couple of things. Okay, let me, because the ambassador has already spoken about Nepal. But I want to just mention one thing, one institute and one study that is being funded in Nepal. I'll switch to Bangladesh and Sri Lanka after this. Now, this study is being sponsored. The Chinese are giving 12.7 crore Nepalese rupees to the center, which is called China Study Center. The mission of the center, okay, it's here. So, okay, the mission of the center is, of course, to promote China-Nepal friendship, to have a policy dialogue on China. Now, what exactly they are getting the money for? So the Chinese have always been troubled that why Gorkhas join Indian Army. So this study, all the money is being given to this institute to actually find out why Gorkhas join the Indian Army, to study their socio-economic background, to basically also understand from which regions they come from. Is there only one specific region, or are they joining it because they get steady income? So they've had a couple of seminars on this already. And there was also a discussion about one of the seminars on WEPO, where they were actually discussing and saying, why can't China, subsidize these Gorkhas? Why can't we use them for them? Why are they going to the Indian Army? So I'll just leave Nepal here for all of you to think that this is also one of the projects that is being funded by China. And the funding is coming from the Chinese embassy in Nepal. And they gave them this money just before, the Galwan Valley incident. So, why it's very important for us also to study these narrative building or the influence operations in South Asia. When the Galwan Valley incident happened, we at the center, we decided to do an analysis of how the Chinese are actually doing this narrative building, and also this using Twitter and other accounts which are actually banned in China for their propaganda. So we discovered that there were a few accounts that on Twitter, especially, which were opened around Feb 2020, Jan 2020, just before the conflict. And usually the person who would be, the name of the person would be, of course, either a Chinese name or something. And most of them would wear that Mao dress with the cap, and that would be their profile pic. And they all became active around April 2020, May 2020, when the Galwan Valley incident actually happened. They started targeting our army, they started targeting our prime minister, national security advisors, direct personal attacks, and also writing many things about our Indian army, which I don't want to mention here. And there was also a video which still kind of comes back to me every time when I study, try to study influence operations. There was a video where they show that Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping are fighting with their boxing gloves. And suddenly Pakistan joins Xi Jinping, and then Nepal joins Xi Jinping, and India gets a little worried because Bangladesh is the only one that is with us. Then Maldives joins, Xi Jinping, and all the other South Asian countries join Xi Jinping. Then Bangladesh sees this, and Bangladesh also runs and joins Xi Jinping, and then all of them run after Prime Minister Modi. Now, we can say wishful thinking, of course it is, but that's what they're working for when they have their influence operations in South Asia, to change the narrative, to build a narrative that is positive for China. Now, because I said I'm not going to take much time on Nepal, I'll actually switch to this slide, where you can see partnerships that they have with different Sri Lankan think tanks, universities. So this is very important here because Indian Ocean has always been, if I can use the word here, bugging the Chinese. Now, so what they have done is that one project I want to mention here, which is China-Sri Lanka Joint Center for between the University of Ruhuna and the South China Sea Institute of Oceanology in Guangzhou, China. This is under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and they are doing joint research projects in marine science education and research in the Indian Ocean. This was signed during Xi Jinping's visit in 2014. And the project is part of Chinese efforts to build an underwater surveillance network in Indian Ocean and South China Sea to track the vessels. Now, the research through this center is therefore very strategically important, to tap with the University of Ruhuna's centers and capabilities. It is part of China's efforts to build global underwater surveillance system since 2018 onwards. So the officials from China's MOFA and MOST both have visited the center. The center's, main people have visited China many times. It's a very healthy exchange, if I may call. And this project especially has got a lot of funding from the Chinese. So this is another, important operations that the Chinese are doing, in our neighborhood. Then, there are many think tanks, and of course, education is being already, I think Bipindra sir and Ambassador have mentioned that the Chinese have been using education as a tool. The students are here, so let me spell it out. It's very important for us to look at the Confucius institutes that are set up around South Asia, be it Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, be it Nepal. And when the Confucius institutes are centered, they open the China study centers. So you will see that probably Bangladesh also has just 2 Confucius institutes, and Nepal also has just 2. But with what the work is, then after the Confucius institutes are established, they open China study centers, and they open China study centers across the country, and they are doing a lot when it comes to the influence operations because they are influencing young minds. And most of them, they give scholarships to students and to study their undergraduation, to do their post-graduation, PhDs, short-term programs, long-term scholarships. Not only students, they're also targeting different sections. The politicians are given, these exchange programs, as they call. Civil servants in Nepal, in Bangladesh, in Sri Lanka, I've found that many of these scholarships are actually going to the civil servants, to politicians, to academicians, to people from think tank, journalists. So they have not left any section that is untouched. And this is one of... okay. So they are also opening few Belt and Road institutes. This is one in Sri Lanka. And they are publishing reports that are, of course, pro-BRI, and they're building a narrative how much BRI is actually important for their own economic development. This is another one in Sri Lanka, and the same is happening in Bangladesh. In fact, I would want to mention this. This project was started by Huawei in Bangladesh, and they gave tablets to students during COVID time so that they can study at home. A very nice gesture, but all these tabs were preloaded with apps, with internet. And when you're using Chinese apps, they show things the way they want to. Like even in India, Xiaomi, and in all these places, Xiaomi shows India's map without, Ladakh, without Arunachal Pradesh. So these apps which are preloaded are also, playing their part in the influence operations. In Bangladesh, one more thing which is different from Nepal and Sri Lanka is that Huawei and ZTE are very active. They are the ones who are actually giving scholarships. They're also building e-villages in and around Dhaka and Chittagong. Both Chittagong, of course, is very important port for them. So they are building, e-commerce, e-villages around these places where, of course, it's Huawei and ZTE that are promoting. In Bangladesh, again, like I said, there are think tanks that are purely funded by the Chinese, and they are publishing reports that are pro-China, pro-BRI to build a narrative around this. And in fact, many of them have Chinese as their directors, on their advisory boards. And then lastly, just to conclude, I'll also talk about these friendship associations. We, of course, have it in India also, India-China Friendship Association. These friendship associations are in Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and their presidents, or the people who run these friendship associations, of course, are very influential. I'm showing you an example of the China-Bangladesh Friendship Center. The president of this center, Kuophe Lin, he has contacts with all the top army officials, all the businessmen, politicians in Bangladesh, and they're invited, of course, for iftar parties, for good, lavish, receptions. So, these are, of course, ways that China is building their influence around, South Asia. And I think I'm not going to give any conclusion or policy recommendations because I don't want to do that. But I would like to say at least one step we have taken today is by talking about influence operations so that people become more sensitive and more aware about what the Chinese are doing. And I think this should become part of a discourse where we discuss this and talk about it so that all of us understand what these operations are and how the Chinese operate. Because it looks benign, but trust me, it is not. Thank you. I'll just conclude here.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree that every speaker requires more time because of the intensity and seriousness of the subject. Over to you, Professor Arvind Kumar.
Let me, at the outset, compliment both Mr. Vipindra and Ms. Ramata for really coming out with such very interesting observations through their studies. But let me tell you that for a nation such as China, which has the ambition to be or to become a global power, and obviously has the ambition to remain unipolar in Asia in a multipolar world, obviously requires these many exercises to be conducted. I think we have to also consider the operations which CIA had done, KGB had done. During the decade of 50s and 60s, there were both covert and overt operations being manned by both KGB and CIA. Why? Because the US wanted to remain supreme, preeminent, in terms of having all the intelligence gathering mechanism with them, as well as maintaining surveillance across the globe 24/7 and reconnaissance, spying through satellite. Unless a country improves its ISR capability, by whatever mechanism a country wants to do, that country's ambition, if at all they have, to emerge as a global power, that will never be attained. So if China has been penetrating to India's system, I think it is nothing new. We shall not be surprised technically. I think how quickly we shall get penetrated ourselves to Chinese system should be our priority and a strategy, because that is something which could really impede China's way of doing things. China has penetrated across the globe through the Confucius Institute, and perhaps the academic institution finds a safe haven for many of these countries to really get penetrated, at least to start with. I remember a lot of these debates which happened. In fact, the Ford Foundation, the way they had established their office in Delhi, and the idea was that how best through Ford Foundation they can come to know about India's plans, India's maneuvering, what India's policies could be. So I think China is very much on the horizon. China wants to enhance its capabilities in intelligence information gathering mechanism. I think the right person to talk about that is Mr. Jaidev Ranade himself. And surveillance. How China has come up in a big way. I think if you see one of these development which China has been coming in a big way is outer space. And I think these are some of the small things which they are doing, their penetration to India's system. And India is all aware about these many things. Only thing which we have to do is that how quickly we can also evolve a strategy and mechanism to counter China's nefarious design. That is one thing. The second thing, in fact, as far as many of these issues which are obviously shared by both the speakers here, I think there are a lot of rules and regulations like Confucius Institute establishment is not that easy in India. If someone has established, it's against India's law. Because I remember, in fact, Chinese had approached me in particular. I was heading a department at Manipal University, Department of Geopolitics and International Relations. They wanted to start a Confucius Institute there. I said, no, it's not possible. Because we have to take clearance from Ministry of Home. So I think most of these things which again are being done despite all these regulations, it seems that weaknesses are with us, not with China. So China has come to know about many of the things. I'm sure that they would like to see that how they could really be able to infer what is India's intentions, what is India's behavioral patterns, what is India's fundamental goals through these exercises. There are a number of scholars coming to India, again is something which we need to understand that how the thing has happened. There is a Chinatown in Bangalore. A lot of these collaborations which we are doing, especially in the software area, I think is obviously making us vulnerable. So these are some of these challenges obviously will keep coming, and how best one can counter these challenges in a manner where India's overall national security is not obviously hurt. And that is something which we need to take into account. More importantly, most of these actions undertaken by China, not only in India, their behavioral pattern getting reflected across the globe, that is noteworthy. Do you know, if you see their penetration in Africa, they really know the pulse of average African. What African wants, and accordingly they will invest. Okay, they want a stadium. So in fact, they will construct a stadium for them. So this is the way they have been really running their show in the form of realizing their goals and obviously seeing that how they fulfill to their aspirations of becoming a global power. But I think becoming a global power is not only that one becomes a global power, what they will do after they become a global power, I think that is more important. Will they be able to assume the responsibility to lead the world affairs? No, simply no. Because their behavioral pattern is such which could certainly be seen as highly intimidating. There was a survey done among all the nations in Southeast Asia, all the 10 nations, ASEAN nations, whether they would really would like to work with China or continue working with China, or they would like to develop certain long-term relations with India. In fact, all of them in one go have given voting to India that they would really, they see China as an intimidating power. They don't want to work with China anymore. But there's a compulsion. As you know, the volume of trade between ASEAN and China is almost 5 times than the volume of trade between India and ASEAN. So I think these are some of these issues which again become very important geopolitically, and China's maneuvering in terms of their promoting their interest is something which is completely different. I don't think that India will ever be able to, in fact, create its sphere of influence in Chinese territory. It will attempt. In fact, a lot of these debates which happened that now India has been encircled by China in many ways, and China basically has been attempting to impede India's progress, and the Chinese basically started arguing, no, it's not that we are doing. India itself is encircling China, and India has done very little in Central Asia, and because those developments which India has done in the last few years, these are seen to be a part of examples by China giving to the world. So China's ascendancy in terms of its economic growth, China's ascendancy in terms of its geopolitical role, China's ascendancy in terms of its larger, in fact, bilaterals with the rest of the world is something which is going to be continuing. And obviously we have to be extra cautious and careful. So these studies really have made us aware in a big way that how they really have been penetrating and how that is going to be detrimental to the larger interest of India, because it's not that easy. We have to take it seriously. And obviously people in the system should take it seriously to really come up with certain good, coherent, strategic plan to deal with these type of challenges. Otherwise, what will happen? That our national security obviously will be completely seen as a part of the, in fact, problem. In fact, last sentence I want to say that China in due course, in fact, in the global, at a global scale, China will emerge as a part of the problem for the international system. China certainly will not be a part of the solution. But India in due course, obviously the way India has been unfolding, India will emerge as a part of the solution, not as a part of the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Arvind Kumar. Uh, I find that we are supposed to end in another 3.5 minutes. So we can take a set of 2 or 3 questions probably. Yeah. And short questions and no guarantee for answers.
Thank you. This is not a question. This is a suggestion made to Mr. Bipindra and Namrata. Can you please share your findings, your reports in regional languages in India if you really want people to be aware, not just in Hindi, in all the regional languages? Thank you.
Thank you. Very good suggestion. Yeah.
Seminars like these give you an impression that Chinese are 7.5 feet tall. They are not. You talked about influence operation, but if Indians are susceptible to influence operations, so are the Chinese. The Chinese infiltrate into our print media, into our electronic media, into our social media, and we are not able to do that to them because we can't infiltrate into their area. But they also have their weaknesses in the sense that 4 to 5 crore Chinese come out of China as tourists. A lot of Chinese come out for economic aspects. So there are about 7-8 crores or 10 crores of Chinese floating outside China, and they're willing to talk to you on anything. We can use their social accounts, social media accounts, print media accounts to infiltrate into them and also give them a test of their own medicine, because when Galwan happened, there was a trend on social media, especially the ex-servicemen of Chinese. They were worried. The Chinese soldiers were buried without any national honor, while the Indian soldiers who were martyred in that got the full due recognition from our country. So they are susceptible. Think of offensive operations, offensive influence operations.
Yeah. You wanted to...
Thank you for such a lovely session. I'm personally very fond of studying influence operations. So, you know, with organizations like the Red Foxtrot Group, which conducted various things, such as attacking the telecom, like you rightly said. I'm not interested in knowing how we can, do that back to them, but I'm more interested in knowing what are the ways in which we can defend the data and privacy of citizens in the state. And especially because right now, the way they have worked on their AI programs is very scary in terms of getting deep fakes and having, images of political leaders being shown for their agenda and all of that.
So first to your suggestion, sir. In fact, Hindi we brought out. We intend to bring it out in other languages also. But you do know that publications are a very costly affair and we have very limited resources. Absolutely, sir. That can be done, sir. That is one thing, sir. And to your question, sir, to your remarks, I think we can do counter operations, influence operations, but what is my understanding of this issue is that within China, we are not able to do it because of the kind of government that they have and the kind of strict, the controls that they have over the Chinese population at this point in time. But we can do it in other places. That will also fall under the category of covert operations. I will not elaborate on this at this point in time. You understand as a military officer. So the third question, I didn't really get your question. I'm sorry about it. But one thing I want to respond. Last time you asked about Foxcom Chennai thing. I just want to tell you, connected to this influence operation. I hope you remember in 2021 December, there was a huge protest that happened in that facility, because of which it was closed down. That is again an influence operation. The influence was on the labor union that was there, which is a communist union. So it was intended to disrupt operations there so that Apple moves out of India from that facility. So just... Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right, sir. What he's saying is that 2 hours after the protest, there was an article in Global Times stating that the supply chains and the production of facilities from China should not be moved out of China because of all these troubles that the new places have. So this is a clear-cut influence operation that they do. In fact, I will borrow from Professor Rogers' comments. Sun Tzu's is rotting the nation from within. That's the idea. This is a small example. Just look at it in the larger, perspective. So if there are totally, completely influenced youth who are today's students are today's citizens, not tomorrow's citizens. So if they are influenced, what is going to be the outcome, say 10 years from now, 20 years from now? China will be dominating India and we won't be able to do anything because most of our brains would have been completely whitewashed in favor of China.
Thank you. I think in the interest of finishing this session on time, I will have to stop it here. I'll thank my panelists, Mr. Bipindra, Ambassador Vijay Karna, Madam Namrata Hasija, and Professor Arvind Kumar for excellent interventions. Of course, as Professor Arvind Kumar said, that CA has done it, KGB has done it, Mossad has done it, so many other countries have done it. And probably if you go to some other country, they would say even India has done it. RAW has done it. I'm sorry if there is any RAW officer here, I seek his pardon. But there have been incidents like this. But there is a principle in economics, caveat emptor, buyer beware. It is we who have to be very careful. We have to be aware of all these things. And the very important, the message of this session or the importance of this session was to highlight this subject, which, as I said earlier in my opening comments, that I have attended a number of seminars on China and China related seminars also, but nowhere such subjects have been brought into, discussed at length and made public. So I think it's very important, as Namrata very rightly mentioned, it's very important for us to discuss this subject also, and it should be an eye-opener for the, not only for the students, not only for the academicians, not only for the general public, but also this probably could become a suggestive action, report for action. As far as the government is concerned, we should be able to come out with certain strong proposals and suggestions for the governments to act. So I will end the session here. Thank you very much.
May I request Dr. Vijay Khare sir to felicitate the panelists. Chairperson Dr. Sheshadri Chari. Speakers, Mr. N.C. Bipindra. Ms. Namrata Hasija. Ms. Namrata Hasija. Thank you, sir. A bouquet for the discussant, Professor Arvind Kumar. Thank you, sir.
Thanks to Ambassador Sarnath, I'm offering bouquet online. Please accept it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next.
May I now call
Thank you very
upon
much.
Mr. Jaydev Ranade, President, Center for China Analysis and Strategy,
Vijay.
to propose a vote of thanks.
उसकी आज हुई है
It's left for me, ladies and gentlemen, to thank you all for being here. I see that the conference, if I may make my own inference, has not been uninteresting because I find the majority of the people still here, despite a very good lunch that has been served to us. I hope you found the conference interesting. We only touched the tip of the iceberg, really, but since the last session did evoke some interest, I'd like to make 2 points clear. Firstly, it's been done to sensitize to you what activities an inimical nation is carrying out within India. It's not a question of trying to show that some country is doing it, another country is not doing it. Every country does it. It depends on how successfully they do it. And if you just look at yourselves, you realize that many of us watch American movies, wear blue jeans, etc. That's a successful cultural influence. And that's a successful operation. So the Chinese have a long way to go. But the idea is just to sensitize all of you as to what's happening. And as far as the conference itself is concerned, I hope we've indicated to you what the contours of China's plans are, what its strategy is, and I hope we can continue this, not only through the next session, which may be planned for next year, but even in between, if we can have more focused discussion on China's methodologies and its systems. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let me thanks on behalf of the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies and Center for China Analysis and Strategy. Last year, if you recall my word, I said that in a concluding session, very soon we'll have it big conference on fall of China and its implication of the world. We will wait. If you look at the fault line of China, there are 22 indicators that has already emerged on global security environment. And we need to understand in that fault line. And very soon we can identify that fault line and then we can come out with the new kind of argument, how we could talk about fall of China or influence of the global power politics. In fact, while discussing this 2 days conference with our respected Jaydev Ranade, we just very hurriedly made it this program. In fact, we were planning in the month of April, but somehow we could manage in the March. And there are two or three things we need to update, and we are thinking to next third strategic dialogue. That would be one important part is how China is influencing an international institution. And the morning session, one expert highlighted that how China is influencing global power, in particularly international institution. So that would be one area we could explore in next strategic dialogue. Third would be a technology transfer and a role of Chinese technology particularly. That would be one we can be add. And for the student and those who are the RSP, those working on China, For them, we are thinking that we could have a essay competition among the student, and those we identified the good paper, and those who are the winners, they will be part of presentation. There will be, that would be, will token up amount will announce, and good paper on China, we could give a prize for them. So with this background, once again, I thanks to all my faculty, staff, department, non-teaching staffs, staff from Dr. Ambedkar Studies, staff from International Center, staff from Defense and Strategic Studies. I thanks to my all authorities, particularly Honorable Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and all authorities. They extended all kind of support to organize such an important event. I thanks to Honorable respected Jaidev Ranarji and Namrata ji. Over phone we could manage everything, and it was very short period, but whatever I said, sir, we could manage this way. They said, okay, go ahead. And due to their constant support, we could come out with this 2-day successful seminar. I'm also thanks to all my state staff and electronic and print media representative. They have covered extensively yesterday's program and even today's program. This is the only program we have telecast to the all affiliated colleges, and more than 2 lakh students is seeing this program. The beauty of the strategic dialogue, I use it that power, being the dean of the faculty, I made it one circular that it's compulsory to particular social science student, they are watching this event. So this would be again important event. And in third strategic dialogue, we could come out with a new idea, and those students who want to do the research on China, they can directly communicate with the Jaidev Ranade or to the department, so we can develop another windows for the new generation. And that is the idea. Basically, it's what we have idea that we can develop an infrastructure, but we cannot develop a human capital. And to develop human capital, you need a time. So the academic institution has to play important role to come out with the good human capital. Infrastructure we can create within a time-bound period, but you cannot create a human capital. And this new generation are an important strategic capital for us, and we need to train them. And that is the purpose to having such kind of dialogue in university campus. So once again, I thanks to all panelists, all discussant, all participants, online, offline, and all authorities of the both institution on behalf of university. Once again, I thanks to each one. Now tea is ready. Have a discussion to particular students. They might not ask few questions to the expert, but now we have time for during the cup of tea, you can ask the question to the expert. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you. A small announcement. One of our students has lost his pen drive during lunchtime. So just in case somebody has come across it, could you please hand it over here? I repeat again, one of our students has lost his pen drive during